Last call for class number one. Last call, class number one. Hampshire lambs weighing 95 to 117 pounds. This will be your final call. Again, a reminder, bring your yellow card today. Yellow card for your placings, and one person allowed in the makeup arena. Okay, kiddos, line them up. Yeah, we want red on those cards. First call for class number two. First call for class number two, Hampshire lambs weighing 118 to 123 pounds. First call, class number two, to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. First call, class number two. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 Ohio State Fair Junior Market Lamb Show. Our judge this morning is Jimmy Davis from Walters, Oklahoma. Jimmy and his wife, Jamie, son Ty, daughter Taylor, and her husband Colby, and grandsons Wesley and Bo all have a 80 head of Hampshires and crossbred ewes that they raised down at Walters, Oklahoma. a very competitive flock. They sell in a lot of shows and sales across the nation, and Jimmy has had the opportunity to judge at a lot of the major shows across the country also, including a lot of the majors and a lot of state fairs. Anyhow, he is a retired ag teacher. It's a pleasure to have him once again here at the Ohio State Fair. Let's give him a nice welcome this morning here at the Ohio State Fair. Second call for class number 2. Class number 2, Hampshire Weather Lambs weighing 118 to 123. Second call. Last call for class number 2. Hampshire Lambs weighing 118 to 123. This will be your final call.
Well, good morning. Certainly a great way to get the show kicked off. I like judging in Ohio because we jump right in and show what I consider to be one of the more major breeds of the sheep first, and that kind of gets a guy's eye and his mind right and gets him ready and geared up for the day. I think a really good set here to kick off, and if this is a good indicator of what we're going to see today, I think the show's going to be tremendous. I think an awesome set of these lighter weight sheep. Thought a really good one that leads us off, and she's one that does a lot of the things I really searched for. I think she balances as good as any of them. You know, you back off and look at that girl from the side view, extremely shallow up front. She's got the right kind of body shape and depth of flank. She gets out and handles herself well. And her biggest advantage over our second place sheep is that last look when we put them in motion. I think that one just keeps her front end up in her a little better. I think her neck set and her top line stays in her just a notch better than the really pretty one we've got in second. Now on the pose, this one in second, I think you've really got to appreciate because she is naturally just a little taller shouldered, perhaps in our class winner, and I like that about her. That one handles with some power and some thickness down her top. As you can see from the side view, we need to smooth her up just a little bit there in her hip-loin juncture. And for the size and extension she has, I'd like to see just a little more depth and flank in that one as well, but an awfully good one there to be second. Young man's got a really powerful sheep that comes here in third, and that one's fresh. He's ready to show. You've done a great job of getting that one presented and getting him ready for the show today. I love the look of that one when he gets him set up. I thought when we put that one in motion, he wanted to be just a little more rigid off both ends. He's a little straighter from his shoulder to his knee. He's a little straighter from his hip to his hock. See more flexibility in that guy. Certainly one I think you can move up a spot or two because he handles so well. He's so fresh. He's so big ribbed. Sheep that comes here next, young man's done a great job with that one as well. Really attractive to look at, really shapely in her muscle. I thought when we got her out here on the profile and also in motion, That one wants to get just a little bit softer in her top line, just a little bit lower at the point of her shoulder. And then a nice fresh sheep rounds out our top 5. That one handles as good as any of them. We back off and look at him. He wants to have just a little more depth of shoulder. We put him in motion. He's a little lower at the point of his shoulder, opens up in his blades, just a little more nose ahead of him. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
In our first class of Hampshire Weather Lambs weighing 95 to 117 pounds, there were 21 heads shown. First place goes to Meredith Bostelman from Napoleon. Second place was Julian Ball from Danville. Third was Nathan Sattler from Defiance. Fourth, Hunter Salzner from Seville. Fifth was Betsy Youngpeter from Spencerville. Sixth, Blythe Heron from Dresden. Seventh, John Michael from Lynchburg. Eighth place was Cassandra Rosselman from Ottawa. And ninth place, Brady Barth from Marietta. 10th place was Peyton Prince from Conover. Entering the ring is class number 2. Class number 2. These are Hampshire Lambs weighing 118 to 123. Going to make a first call. First call for class number 3. Class number 3, Hampshire Lambs weighing 124 to 130. This will be your first call, class number 3. Second call for class number 3. Class number 3, Hampshire Lambs win 124 to 130. This will be your second call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Last call for class number 3. Last call, class number 3. Hampshire lambs weighing 124 to 130 pounds. We need to have those into the Shell House Livestock Company, Showbox Society, Makeup Arena. This will be your final call for class 3.
Well, things got pretty serious pretty quick in this class. Lots and lots of good sheep. There's some really nice ones over here along the rail. I got to visit with a few of those young people, and honestly, just a shame they fell into the class they did. I think some of those would have been a little more competitive in that class before But hey, man, they weigh what they weigh, and you got to put them where they go. But I think an awfully good class. I think really deep up here on our top end. This one that wins the class, man, he does a lot of good things in my opinion. I think that one balances up as good as any. He's really out there as far as being wide and square and correct on his feet and legs. But his biggest advantage is when you get your hands on him. I mean, that one is powerful without taking things too far. He's still flexible enough. His front end still looks the part. That one balances up good in his underline. I think an awfully neat one to lead us off. The one that came in second, he's one I didn't initially grab on the walk in. I think he was kind of just a little bit of a deadhead when he came in the ring, and his front end didn't look quite like it does at this point. But that's another one that handles extremely good. That's as good a skin sheep as we've seen so far today. Really big and expressive in his muscle shape. We compare him to our class winner. We need to change that one a little bit right through his chest, there in his length of blade. I think he gives up just a little bit there. You get past that one gets out and tracks and moves good. He's straight, he's correct in his top line, and as I said, got the right kind of skin and muscle texture for me. This one that comes in third is one that grabbed my attention pretty quickly when he came in, and young lady does a great job sticking him. He looks the part from the side view. That one's got big old feet, a big forearm. He balances up well. He's a little bit rougher in his transitions down his top from the side, but his biggest disadvantage for me in comparison to the top two is when you really get your hands on that one. He's not as fresh in his skin texture, his condition. He's not as big and square and opened up in his loin edge as our top two. Change that about him, and I think he definitely rivals that class winner just in his look and balance. This one that comes next, an awfully attractive ewe lamb, and this young lady's doing a great job of getting that one stuck. Balances up well, she handles well. Feet and legs are good. That one's almost a little too long for her own good. At times she wants to get just a little bit weak in her top line and doesn't transition quite as neat as some of them ahead. Change that one, shorten her up just a little bit. I think that's another one that's awfully good. One that comes here in fifth, kind of the same story as our fourth place ewe lamb. That one's stout, he's rugged, he's got the right kind of touch and condition. Again, one that's probably a little lengthy for his own good at times, especially when we get him in motion. I think he falls apart a little bit in his top line. I'd like to shorten him up and just strengthen him in his look from the side as far as his top goes. Again, deep class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
The results of class number 2, Hampshire Lambs win 118 to 123 pounds. First place goes to Miley Chateau from Fort Laramie. Second place, Carson Narup from Loveland. Third, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Fourth, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Fifth place goes to Hunter Saltzner from Seville. Sixth, Oskana Gossard from Herod. Seventh, Emma Titak from Zanesville. Eighth, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. Ninth place, Brady Barth from Marietta. And 10th place, Reese Toller from Bidwell. Coming into the ring is class number 3. Entering the ring, class number 3. These are Hampshire Lambs win 124 to 130 pounds. We're going to make a first call. First call for class number 4. Class number 4, Hampshire Lambs win 131 to 137 pounds. This will be your first call into the Shell House Livestock Company Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Class 4, first call. Second call, class number 4. Class number 4, second call. Hampshire Lambs win 131 to 137. Second call. Last call for class number 4. Last call, class number 4. Those are Hampshire Lambs weighing 131 to 137 to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Class 4, final call.
Well, another extremely deep Hampshire class, and again, I got to visit with some of the kids over here. Man, some really good sheep on the rail there, and some that were awfully close. Just a piece or two, in my opinion, that put them where they ended up. But I think an awfully nice set of sheep that certainly still have some future in them. Really good class to sort through, and I think our top 5 was extremely good. Certainly some differences in types and kinds of sheep. I'm not going to say these 5 all are cookie cutter and they just sorted to the top easy, because they've got their own differences, their own pluses and minuses, if you will. So I think a difficult class to line up. This one that does lead off the class, man, that's my kind of sheep. That one props up. He looks the part from the side view. Acceptable, I think, in his shoulder and his chest, but man, he's straight, correct down his top line. He's got a big pin set. That one handles fresh to the touch. He's big-footed. He's stout. He gets out and he's athletic in his movement, one I think a great deal of. This one that comes in second's another one that props up extremely good. Young lady does a great job of showing him off. He looks extremely tall-fronted whenever she's got him propped up. I thought when we put those two in motion, he didn't keep his front end up quite as neatly as the one that comes ahead of him. And then for as bulky as he is, I think we could trim that one up just a little bit, make him just a little firmer to the touch perhaps, like the one that comes out ahead of him. But again, an awfully good sheep. That's a shame has to be second today. This one that comes in third grew on me the more I studied him, and when he came back from the scales, I think that's one that gets out and tracks extremely good. He's wide, he's square. You compare him to our top 2, I think he's a little plainer to look at through his front 1/3, and even though he's thick enough and square enough down his top, I don't think he's quite as expressive in his muscle texture as either of those two ahead of him. This one that comes in 4 is one that grabbed my attention pretty quickly when he came in, because, man, he is beautiful to look at from the side view. He's got big old paws. He's the cool white color all the cool kids like, and I like that about him. That thing's good textured as far as skin goes. He's got some shape of muscle down his top. He gives up quite a bit of width and power to those ahead of him. If we could bulk that one up, I think he's one you could certainly push closer to the top than he ended up. And then just a nice, complete, basic kind of sheep comes here next. Does he wow you anywhere? Probably not, but he's complete, he's functional, he's got the right kind of power and muscle to him. I'd like to see him a little more extended up front, just see him in a little flashier package like those 4 that go out in front. But again, awfully good class. Please give him a hand if you would.
Our results of class number 3. Class number 3, those are Hampshire Lambs weighing 124 to 130 pounds. First place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second place, Reese Cook from Richland. Third, Bryn Huntsman from Fort Recovery. Fourth, Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Fifth, Alexandria Waddle from Springfield. Sixth place, Nathan Sattler from Defiance. Seventh, Peyton Prince from Conover. Eighth, Tori Moran from Richwood. Ninth, Avery Kramer from Wapakoneta. And 10th place, Callie Hoppus from Marion. Entering the ring, we have class number 4. Class number 4, these Hampshire lambs weigh 131 to 137 pounds. Going to make a first call. First call for class number 5. Class number 5, Hampshire lambs weighing 138 to 164. First call, class 5. That'll be our last class of Hampshires. Second call, class number 5. Class number 5, Hampshire lambs weighing 138 and up. Class number 5, this will be your second call to the makeup arena. Last call for class number 5. Last call, class number 5. Hampshire Lambs weigh 138 and up. Last call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. This will be your final call, class number 5.
Well, another really good class. I don't know how many more classes of these Hampshires we have, but man, quality is staying extremely good throughout. Got to visit with some kids again over there, and just some little minor things kept them out of the top 5, in my opinion, but an awfully good set. I think a really good pair of them up here to lead off with. And the one I chose to use, I think when we get that one in motion, just kind of collects himself, stays a little better on his hind leg. But along with that, he's shallower up front. He's neater about his chest. You study these things from the 3/4 view. That one's just more pulled apart through his chest and his center body. Extremely fresh, extremely shapely in the way he handles down his top. This one that comes in second, man, he's one that caught my attention when he came in, because he does really stay tall-fronted when he's in motion. He stays correct in his top line. I like that about him. He's a little bit deeper to look at from the side view when she gets him propped up and when he's in motion. And then as he goes away from you, I think we need to square that one up just a little bit in the way he handles himself from his hip to his hock to the ground. But again, awfully nice sheep there to have to be second. This one that comes in third, I think is one that grabs a lot of people's attention. And you know, hey, it doesn't matter what color they are, but a white one like that does grab your attention. That one's good to look at. Young lady does a great job of presenting her. She looks good from the side view. She's up and out. Like that about her. Big-footed, tracks good. That one needs to just be wider from the ground up. She closes up a little bit in her chest. She's not as big-ribbed as those two ahead of her. And then when you talk about muscle, even though she's shapely and expressive, I think there just needs to be more mass and more width in that one, especially from the rear view. This one, it comes in 4, and that's another sheep that's just really hard to fault in very many areas. I like lots of things about him. He's fresh, he's big ribbed, he's good looking. From the side view, we need to change that one in his loin. He's one of those that, it's not that he's round loined, but he's just a little bit more than level when you study him from his hip back to his tail head, and I think that kind of throws his juncture off just a bit. I like that one for his width of base. I don't think he's quite as correct in the set to his hock as those sheep above him, but again, an awfully good one. And this one, it's one I pulled on the initial walk, and he kind of got lost in the shuffle. We had a little mix up there, but just a good basic kind of sheep that covers a lot of the bases. He's fresh to the touch. He's got plenty of width and muscle. He's big boned. I thought when we got him in motion and also when we get him stuck, he doesn't blend together down his top line quite as neatly as some of those ahead. He's not one I would call round in his muscle shape from his hip back, but his tail head's not up as good. He's not as big and pulled apart up high as those sheep ahead of him. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you will.
Our results of class number 4. Class number 4, Hampshire Lambs weighing 131 to 137 pounds. First place goes to Mallory Snyder from Fort Laramie. Second place goes to Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. Third, Addison Thompson, Napoleon. Fourth, Miley Chateau from Fort Laramie. Fifth, Brock Shearer from Shreve. Sixth, McKenna Kempo from Hicksville. Seventh, Olivia Seaburn from South Charleston. Eighth, Keegan Jones from Herod. Ninth, Kaylin Kinsman from Archbald. And 10th place, Sutton Weston from Marion. Entering the ring, we have class number 5. Class number 5, this will be our last Hampshire class here of the day. These lambs weigh 138 to 164 pounds. Going to make a first call. First call for all first and second place class winners in classes 1 through 4. Hampshires, classes 1 through 4 for our champion and reserve champion Hampshire. So we need to be getting the first and second place individuals in class 1 through 4 Hamps to the makeup arena. After the Hamps, we will next go into Shrops. There will only be one class of Shrops, so Shropshire breeders, you'll be on deck. Again, this year we have Megan Hunker Ruffing and her crew. She has a whole crew taking some professional photos in the ring, some good action shots. Again, if you would like a backdrop picture from the Ohio State Fair background, they do have these background over here beside of the office on the wall. Again, you can look at those photos. They'll probably have them up daily there on Lindy's Livestock Photos. Again, if you would like some extra photos of your exhibitor, come see Megan. All photos are for sale. Again, that's at lindyslivestockphotos.com. They worked yesterday. They'll be with us all day today and again all day tomorrow. Again, we need to have the first and second place class winners of class 1 through 4. Class 1 through 4, all Hamps first and second place. This is your second call. We need to have those into the makeup arena for your champion overall and reserve champion, Hampshire. Again, after our champion drive on our Hampshire division, we will immediately go into Shropps. Shropshire exhibitors, you'll be up next. 1 Shrop class.
Well, a good class to round out our Hampshires. Nice set of these heavyweight sheep. And again, I got to visit with some of the kids, and hopefully, you know, whether or not you agree with anything I've done out here, you understand why I placed you where I did. I mean, some nice sheep that just have some little flaws, in my opinion, is what gets you pulled over. But this is an awfully good set to finish up on. I think I won't say an easy winner, but he's one that rises to the top for me just because of his basic build, his athleticism. Young man does a great job of sticking this one, but he's naturally a tall-fronted sheep. It's got his chest where it should be. Body's plenty good in that one as far as just roundness and curvature to his rib, depth of body. You might change him a little bit right there in his flank to make him more ideal. But I think for a bigger one, man, that one's fresh to the touch. He handles good. he gives you the right kind of show ring look. This one that comes in second is one that kind of grew on me, and he's one that handles with any of them. I mean, that thing is big and pulled apart in his rack. He's got a big loin, a big hip in him. He's a little bit plainer to look at up front, but his biggest advantage over some of these other sheep is just how powered up he is. And when we get him out and ask him to go, man, that one keeps his feet apart without getting crazy at his knee or his hock. He stays square built in the way he travels north to south, and as I said, he rivals any of them when you just talk about width and shape and muscle texture. So an awfully good one there. One that comes in third's another one that grew on me some. That's another sheep that kind of matches our class winner in terms of his front 1/3. He's tall-shouldered. He's neat to look at. He's not as fresh and square in his loin edge. He's not as square and correct from his hip back to his tail head. Change him in those two areas, he certainly rivals our top pair. Just picky things that get that one put in third. Another one that I really like, the skin texture and the muscle shape and expression of the sheep that comes in 4. Man, that one's big racked. He's got a big fresh loin edge in him. I thought when we got him out and asked him to go, he was the one that wanted to drop his shoulder just a little bit, not stay quite as neat and quite as straight in his top line as those 3 ahead of him. And then another just good basic kind of sheep comes here next. He's not one that wows you anywhere, but he's correct and functional in the way he travels. He's fresh to the touch. He's got some muscle. I think change him and pick him up just a little bit in his front 1/3, give him a little more set to his hock, and he's another one we could move up a spot or two. Good class. Please give all of our heavyweight Hamp kids a big round of applause.
Our results of class number 5. Class number 5, our results, lambs weighing 138 to 164 pounds. First place goes to Reese Tuller from Bidwell. Second place, Sophia Michael from Lynchburg. Third, Avery Flax from Springfield. Fourth, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Fifth, Jerry Schrader from Continental. Sixth, Carmela Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. Seventh, Jackson Lines from Carroll. Eighth, Brody Snyder from Somerset. Ninth, Zane Warner from Vickery. And 10th, Zane Warner, Vickery. Okay, we're ready to show for your champion and reserve champion Hampshire lamb. In our first class of the day, the Hampshire lambs weigh 95 to 117 pounds. First place goes to Meredith Bostelman from Napoleon. Out of the class number 2, Hampshire lambs weighing 118 to 123 pounds. First place, Miley Chateau from Fort Laramie. In class number 3, Hampshire lambs weighing 124 to 130 pounds. First place, Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Out of class number 4, Hampshire lambs weighing 131 to 137 pounds. First place, Mallory Snyder. And then in the last class, class number 5, Hampshire lambs weighing 138 to 164. First place, Reese Tuller from Bidwell. Second place, coming back to class number 1, Hampshire lambs 95 to 117. Second place, Julian Ball from Danville. In class 2, second place, lambs weighing 118 to 123. Second place, Carson Narup from Loveland. In class number 3, lambs weighing 124 to 130 pounds, Reese Cook from Ashland. In class number 4, lambs weighing 131 to 137 pounds, Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. And our runner-up in the last class, lambs win 138 to 164. Second place was Sophia Michael from Lynchburg. First call for all Shropshire exhibitors to the makeup arena. First call, all Shropshire exhibitors. Shropshire lambs win 110 to 149 pounds.
Well, an awfully deep Hampshire show, 5 classes that were all extremely deep. Quality is tremendous throughout. And I got one little speech I'll go ahead and get over here on the Hampshires. Okay, I usually save this for later in the day. But a lot of you guys have seen me judge. And one thing I always say, it doesn't matter to me how big a sheep is in pounds. It can be a lightweight, it can be a heavyweight. Irregardless to me. I try to pick sheep from our lighter weights to our heavier weights that are built the same. You know, these things don't weigh as much, but I don't want them to look like a small sheep. And then the same thing with these bigger ones, you know, yeah, they weigh something, but I don't want them to look too big and too framey and too rangy. So I think all these things really, from start to finish, balance up well. I think they're the right stature in terms of their frame size, height to length ratio, all of them powerful and fresh. So a good set of lambs throughout. There's a couple of them out here that kind of stick out to me, and not that they're exactly alike when you step back and study them, but I think they're sheep that just combine lots and lots of good things. They're fresh to the touch, they're good looking, they're stout, they're sound, they balance. So I'll show you which two I prefer. If you would, put your hands together, not just for the kids that made it back out, but for all of our Hampshire exhibitors. Certainly a great day thus far.
Our champion Hampshire lamb comes out of class number 3, Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Adeline's receiving a banner from Apex Clean Energy, Roger Hunker. Our reserve champion also comes out of class number 3, Reese Cook from Ashland. Reese receives a banner from BCU Electric, Dan White. Last call. All Shrops. We need to have those in the makeup arena. Last call, all Shrops. Our next breed up will be South Downs. Going to make a first call. First call for all South Downs. All South Downs, you're the next breed up. Exhibitors, just a reminder, most of these breeds will only have one class. It'll be a large class, but one class. Shropshires are in the ring. South Downs, this is your second call. One class of South Downs, class number 7, 90 to 152 pounds. This will be your second call on all South Downs, class 7. Next breed after South Downs will be Dorsets. It'll be all Dorsets. Last call, all South Downs. This will be your last and final call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Last call, all South Downs. Our next breed on deck will be Dorsets. Be getting those Dorsets ready. You're on deck. Like to recognize a lot of our sponsors. Can't have a show without sponsors, and we got a great set that have a lot of these sponsors have sponsored us year in and year out here at the Ohio State Fair. You'll see several banners around the ring and also up above the show ring. Again, we'd like to thank Apex Clean Energy, Johnson Show Lambs, Allen and Christy Johnson, the Kalmbach Feeds Formula Champions, Lindy's Livestock Photos, the Martin Welding and Fabrication, Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, and Nationwide, OSI Lead Council, the Shell House Livestock Company, Show Feeds Incorporated, Stock Show Secrets, Schroyer Show Stock, Umbarger Show Feeds, and Weaver Livestock. Again, like I said before, these shows cannot run by themselves, and we have these sponsors, and again, they've helped us out again this year. A lot of these people are breeders, companies, and just individuals that help support the youth here at the Ohio State Fair.
Well, a really good single class of these Shropshires and loaded with quality. I got to visit with some of the kids, but just some sheep over on the rail that don't put everything quite together in a total package like I thought our top end did. And hey, some of the sheep I pulled first, I got to visit with some of those kids. They didn't make it to our top five, and some of these sheep, you know, didn't have a good walk in or whatever. I didn't catch them on the move in. I'm big enough to admit when I missed some, and luckily we found the ones that suited me the best as we worked through the classes. I know some of you guys moved up a long ways, and I'm glad we were able to do that. But a good class. I thought the sheep that leads the class off, as we compare him to, especially to the two right below him, just offers a little more look, a little more extension and frame size. And then when she gets that one out and actually gets him going, that dude is sound, he's square, he's correct. He's as big racked and as fresh and full through his edges and back through his hip and pin as any of them. You know, we could change him just a little bit up front to get picky, but I think for this particular class and breed designation, I think that one's certainly acceptable in his chest and in his shoulder. But that's a nice place to start. This one that comes in second, his biggest advantage over the three right below him is when we get him in motion as well. That one's square, he's wide at the ground, he's functional, he's wide base, but he doesn't take it too far in his knee or in his hock. You compare him to our class winner, he's a little more conventional in his frame size, and like the class winner, I think we could change him and shallow him up a little bit up front. But man, that thing handles like a champ. He's big and opened up in his top. he's fresh in the way she's got him fit. That's an awfully nice one. This one that comes in third, man, that's one that grabs your attention for how cocky looking he is, how big-footed and big forearmed he is. Again, one of those that's really powered up and fresh when you handle him down his top. In comparison to her top two, he's one of those that wants to, it's not that he's round in his loin edge, but he doesn't hook quite as smooth from his loin into his hip, and it kind of throws him beyond level when you study him from his hip back to his tail head. I wish we could mash that down just a little bit, and that's something judges don't say often. I wish they weren't as level hipped as that one is, but I think that would help him if he wasn't quite as level, and then that would pick his loin edge up in him, but that's being picky of a very fresh, very well-presented sheep. Then another really good handling one comes here in 4. Young man's got that one fit to a T. He's big racked, he's big loined, he's fresh. He needs to get out and move just a little better. At times he wants to get a little bit straighter on his rear too. And then when you study him in motion, I think he drops the point of his shoulder. I don't think he's quite as extended or quite as neat as some of those ahead. And then one that's my kind from the side is a young lady in 5, and I know it's disappointing when you're out here closer to the top and you think that's where you're going to stay. From that one's hip forward, I love him. He's wide-chested, he's barrel-ribbed, he's got loads of shape. He wants to get a little bit rounder right there at his juncture. He's not as big and full coming out his hip, but when you watch that one in motion, he wants to close up from behind and almost clip himself when he walks. Base that one wider and square him up from the hip back. He's your champion today. But this is how it ends up. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you will.
In our Shropshire division at a class number 6, all Shrops. First place goes to Emma Titak from Zanesville. Emma is going to be receiving a banner from Apex Clean Energy, Roger Hunker. Our reserve champion, Shropshire, goes to Madison Chateau from Fort Laramie. Madison will receive a banner from Garrett Stickley Club Lambs, Jimmy Stickley. Third place goes to Macy Miller from Carroll. Fourth, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville. Fifth, Harper Horning, Bucyrus. Sixth, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Seventh, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Eighth, Ruth Bambauer from St. Mary's. Ninth, Gretchen Blosser from Amanda. And 10th place, Haley Heights from Kenton. Entering the ring, we have all South Downs. All South Downs. This is class number 7, all South Downs. Making a first call for all Dorsets. Class number 8, all Dorsets, weighing between 107 to 148. First call, all Dorsets, to the Shell House Livestock Company Makeup Arena. Again, exhibitors, there will just be one class of these breeds. So our judge is working through them pretty good. So be coming up. Our next breed coming up here is going to be Oxfords after the Dorsets. I'm going to make a second call for all Dorsets, class number 8, all Dorsets. Class number 8 to the Shell House Livestock and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Also, we might mention too, our Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Show is being live streamed. Again, in 25, this is the second time we've had the opportunity to do live streaming here at the Ohio State Fair for the Market Lamb shows. The live streaming was provided to the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn through the promotional auction that we had back in May. The company that has been tasked with providing the Ohio State Fair Market Lamb Show live streaming is Ringside Live. Again, they was with us all day yesterday for the showmanship and also for our commercial U-show last night. Today, our sponsor for our live streaming is Schroyer Showstock, Stitzline Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, and as if you're probably not watching it from here, but those that are watching it online, we have rotating ads that are provided by Alan and Christy Johnson, Weaver Livestock, and TKM Livestock. Again, the funds that come to us from this particular fundraiser in the live streaming, those expenses are part of it, but including is also incentive payments for the Market Lamb Show. One for me to easily miss is the announcer stand, which is above me here. I think they've purchased it at least the last 2, possibly even 3 years. But anyhow, that's Stock Show Secrets. They purchased the announcer stand, and we appreciate that whole crew. They have some good products, and anyhow, again, supporting us through sponsorship program. That's Stock Show Secrets. Frank. Folks, we have an SUV that's parked up on the deck, the viaduct deck. You do not have a parking pass, and the State Patrol has informed me that if you do not move it, they will move it for you. The license tag is FNZ, Fred, Nora, and Zebra. 6367. Now you can put a parking tag on it. Maybe you have it in your show box or in your purse, but they're going to move that to vehicle if not removed. Again, a hint, it does have an air freshener hanging from the mirror, and it is a sheep. So if that one is yours, you might want to get that moved or get a sticker put on it.
And thank you, sir, for being so nice, but don't write up.
Last call for all Dorsets. Last call. We're about ready to finish our Southdown breed. Last call, all Dorsets to the makeup arena. Next breed up is Oxfords. Oxfords, you're on deck.
Well, a very nice single class of Southdowns we've got to sort through today, and good sheep throughout the class. There's some differences, and a lot of those differences are either muscular or condition. It's what got a lot of you separated over there. And I'll be the first to admit, we got 5 here in the center of the ring that are not similar to one another as you study them from placing to placing. I'd say the 4th and 5th, probably the most similar in kind, but these top 3 are certainly different. I think the one that I chose to lead off with is just kind of in the middle of our 2nd and 3rd place sheep. He's one that's big enough in his kind for this particular breed. I'd say he's extra neat fronted. He's tall. He's shallow enough. That one gets out and goes extremely well. And when you handle him, maybe not quite as lean as our 2nd place sheep, and definitely not as lean as the 3rd place sheep, but I think condition's good enough. He's got that extra shape and extra pop down his top. He hooks in good from his loin to his hip. I thought a really nice place to start. This little sheep that comes in 2nd, I know a lot of people around ringside are saying, oh man, he's too little, he's too small. He's little. He's the lightest sheep in the class, I would venture to guess. But man, that thing's built good. He is a little moderate, a little more moderate in his type and kind than I prefer. I like that sheep that comes ahead of him for his frame size. But man, this one balances up good. Feet and legs are good. Young lady's done a great job of getting him fed and presented. We just need to make him in a little bigger frame package for me to beat the one that comes ahead. But that's a nice little sheep that certainly got some future. The one that comes in 3rd is more my speed if we could change him in a couple of spots. That one needs to be changed in his underline from the side. He tucks up too much in his flank, and I don't try to single trade any of them when I judge them, either good or bad, but that's something we need to change from a profile standpoint in that sheep. But also when we get right in behind him, I don't think he's as big from his hip back to his pin set. I don't think he carries as much muscle down in his leg or stifle as those 2 ahead of him. You do those 2 things, I think that one would be a pretty easy class winner. He just doesn't balance good enough. He doesn't have enough pop and flair from the rear. She does a great job of getting him stuck, and his front 1/3 is exceptional. The way he handles in terms of condition and muscle down his top is exceptional. Just need to change him in a couple of spots to suit me. The one that comes in 4, just a little more mature than our top 3, and I don't say maturity meaning size because he's not bigger than all of them. Just a little thicker and coarser about his head and neck, a little bolder about his shoulder. I think you get past that. Still one for this breed that handles with some freshness, some shape of muscle. Just need to rearrange him a little up front, make him just a little more immature in his look to suit me a little better. Same things can be said about the one that comes here in 5. Same kind of look through his shoulder and chest as our 4th place sheep. Make that one more slender, make him more extended, and then lean him up a little bit. He's obviously one you could move up a couple of spots as well. Good class. Please give him a big hand if you would.
Who had the banners? Martin and Apex. Martin champion. Okay. South down. Yeah, yeah. Our results of our Southdown class. First place goes to Quentin Foreman from Sunbury. Quentin is going to receive a banner for his champion Dorset champion Southdown. From Apex Clean Energy, Roger Hunker. Second place is Macy Miller from Carroll. Macy is receiving a banner from the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation. Roger High, your Director of Livestock at Ohio Farm Bureau. Third place goes to Mallory Snyder from Fort Laramie. Fourth place goes to Alida Culp from Pemberville. Fifth place, Addison Wallen from DeGraff. Sixth is Tinley Cook from Richland. Seventh is Brock Shear from Shreve. Eighth, Bailey Browsey from Sycamore. Ninth, Paige Primke from Wellington. And 10th place, Tucker Schufnecker from Oregon. Our next class is your Dorsets. First call for all Oxfords, class number 9. Class number 9, all Oxfords. Those lambs weigh between 110 and 162 pounds. First call, all Oxfords to the Show House Livestock and the Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Second call, all Oxfords. All Oxfords, that would be class number 9. Second call, we need to have those to the Shell House Livestock and the Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Second call, all Oxfords. Going to make a final call for all Oxfords, final call to the Shell House Livestock and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. This will be your final call, all Oxfords. Our next class up will be AOBs, all other breeds, AOBs, class 10, you're on deck.
nice single class of Dorset sheep to sort through out here. And the young lady that wins this class, she brought a beast of a sheep to the show today. No doubt in my mind throughout the entire class that one wasn't going to be our class winner. He captivates your attention when he walks in the ring for just how high-headed, how well put together he is. And then when she gets him stuck like he is right now, I just don't think there's any denying that one as the champion. Balance is tremendous, feet and leg soundness, flexibility's off the charts, and then you get your hands on that one. He's as slick-hided as anything we've seen today. He's big, he's fresh, he's shapely, he's square down his top. Awfully good one to lead off. My concern in this class was between our second, third, and fourth place sheep. I like lots of things about all three of those guys, and I landed on this one in second just because simply he's the best balanced of the rest of the class. That one from his forerib back to his flank is very good in terms of just swoop and drop to his belly and flank. Handles with some shape and some expression. Now, he's not as stout in his bone work. He's not as powerful and opened up in his muscle as the one that leads off, but still just a good balanced sheep for this particular breed that gets out, handles itself extremely well. The one that comes in third, man, that one grabbed me pretty hard when he came in too. He is extra tall-shouldered, and I like that about him. His neck comes out where it should. He's got big old paws, a big forearm in him. I thought when we got up here to the top end and really evaluated those things on the profile view, he was one that was just a little piecier down his top, and in comparison to our top two, he's deeper and a little bit flatter and plainer about his shoulder and chest. Change him in that regard. I think you really have to appreciate the muscle shape he's got, the roundness and curvature to his rib. Awfully good sheep. This one that comes next is another one that really gets your attention. The young man does a great job of getting him stuck. He's tall-shouldered. He's straight-backed. Like the one that comes out ahead of him, he's a little bit longer and a little bit plainer about his blade. I'd change that about him. But then as we handle him down his top, he's not as big and square and fresh over his loin or back through his hip and pin as those sheep that come ahead of him. But still a nice one there to round out our top four. And then the sheep that comes in five, man, that one's extra good skinned. He's tall-shouldered. We need to change him a little bit on his feet and legs. He's a little bit softer on his pasterns. He's a little bit straighter in his hock. And then when you truly evaluate him in comparison to the other four in terms of muscle, he's just a little flatter from his hip down. He's not as big from his hooks to his pins as our top end. Good class. Please give all of our Dorset kids a big hand.
Our results of class number 8, all Dorsets. Our champion Dorset goes to Madison Chateau from Fort Laramie. Madison will receive a banner from Martin Livestock. Blake Martin, head herdsman at Martin Livestock. Also, the champion Dorset gets a sheep blanket sponsored by the Ohio Dorset Breeders Association. Second place goes to Nora Jackson from Denison. Nora receives a banner from Apex Clean Energy represented by Roger Hunker. And she also receives a sheep blanket sponsored by the Ohio Dorset Breeders Association. Third place goes to Harper Horning. Fourth, Caleb McCracken from Atwater. Fifth, Olivia Seaburn from South Charleston. Sixth, Carter Kovalek from West Salem. Seventh, Betsy Youngpeter from Spencerville. Eighth, Adulada from a Culp from Pemberville. Ninth, Carmela Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. And 10th, Mason Reynolds from Mount Vernon.
She did that yesterday. Mom did that. Add, that's
Lida.
Yep.
Adelaida.
Okay. Mom says, do you want me to phonetically put that out? I says, if you would like.
In the ring, we have all Oxfords. This is class number 9, all Oxfords. First call Class 10 AOBs. Class 10 AOBs. One class. Those lambs weigh 109 to 142. One class of Class 10 AOBs to the Shell House Livestock and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. After AOBs, the next class will be white-face crosses on deck. Second call for the AOBs. Second call, one class AOBs 109 to 142. Need to have those to the makeup arena. Second call, class 10. Second call, AOBs, AOBs, second call, AOBs. 109 to 142. We need to get those into the makeup arena. This is your second call. On deck, white face crosses.
Well, it feels like everybody wanted to show a good one as an Oxford today, man. This class, when they came in, I picked 4 or 5 of them off the walk. They were moving good and they looked the part. But when I got my hands on them, there's a lot of good sheep in this class, and it's. I know you got to do it this way, but it's always hard when you have so many good ones, because there's a lot of sheep in here that could justifiably win a class, if they're in the right situation. So loads of quality, loads of good sheep, some variation, some differences in type and kind, and definitely size as we work our way through the top 5, but a really nice set of sheep. This one, it leads off, and that's just a good athletic built, square made one that runs uphill. He balances up well from the side. He's as wide based and as good tracking as any of them. And then when you get your hands on him, I think he's just fuller, more expressive, fresher down his top. And then like she's got him right now, I love that look from the side. He's naturally tall fronted. He's naturally deep flanked. He's naturally wide and square. That's a good place to start. This one, it comes in second. It's another one that hit me pretty hard when he came in. Really good looking sheep in his front 1/3. Again, one that's tall shouldered, and he's probably a little bit shallower even up front than our class winner. I like that about him. You back off and look at him. He's one of those we've talked about today that he's almost too level or beyond level from his hip to his tail head, and that kind of throws his loin edge off. He's not round in his shape over his loin. He's got a big square edge. Just need to transition him a little better, a little smoother from his loin into his hip. And then you study those two from the side view. I think he's probably got just a little extra set to his rear too. But again, 2 things we're picking on him for that's minute in contrast to most sheep in the class, but we got to separate them somehow, and that's how I see him. One that comes in third, I know the young man's disappointed. He hung in there for a long time and moved up the line a long ways. We talked about him. He's probably the biggest sheep in the class. And as I said in that Hamp deal, it don't matter to me if they're the biggest or the smallest. Judge them on quality, and you'll never be disappointed when you get done. That sheep's got lots of value. He's big-footed. He is so woolly-legged that when he tracks, he kind of rubs his legs together. It's not because his feet are close. He's out there where he should be. He's got a big hip and a big pin. I thought when we compared him to our top 2, he's a little deeper about his shoulder and chest. He's a little tighter right there in his forerib. And then he's bigger and heavier. He's probably not quite as fresh over his ribs. But that's an awfully nice sheep there to be third. Congratulations to you. The one that comes in fourth, the most immature one, of our top 5, he and the sheep that comes in 5, and I'm not one that always talks about maturity much, but in this particular class where we've got so much difference in weight, these 2 give up some pounds in terms of width and muscle shape. From the side view, that sheep balance is extremely good. Young lady does a great job getting him stuck. We just got to power that one up and put more weight on him in order to move up the class. And then the young man that rounds out our top 5, again, I know a disappointing place to end up. You started off so good, but that sheep is deadly to look at from the side view. We get him out and get him in motion. He's the narrowest chested one. He's the one that just needs to be based a little wider, and as I said, just needs more muscle to move up. He'll do those things, and you continue to have a good fall season. Congratulations to all of our Oxford kids. Please give them a hand if you would.
That actually was our largest class of the day, 32 head shown in class number 9, all Oxfords. First place goes to Bryn Bullinger from Sterling. Bryn receives a banner from Apex Clean Energy, Roger Hunker. Second place, and your reserve champion, Oxford, goes to Miley Chateau from Fort Laramie. Miley will receive a banner from the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and OSIA Lead Council, being presented by Roger High, your livestock director at Farm Bureau. Third place goes to Keegan Jones from Herod. Fourth place goes to Laney Patton from Ridgeway. Fifth goes to Elliot Walters from Hartville. Sixth place goes to Avery Flax from Springfield. Seventh place goes to Nora Jackson from Denison. Eighth place goes to Julian Ball from Danville. Ninth place goes to Eli Gerlach from Piccowa. And 10th place goes to Paige Garrett from Yorkshire. Coming in the ring, we have class number 10. Class number 10 will be your AOBs, all other breeds. These lambs weigh 109 to 142 pounds. First call for white-faced crosses. First call, white-faced crosses. There'll be one class. They weigh 101 to 152 pounds, all white-faced crosses, to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. This class here will not last very long, so let's be getting those white-faced crosses into the makeup arena. This is your second call for class number 11. White-faced crosses, 101 to 152. This is a smaller class of all other breeds. Our all other breeds, these particular breeds didn't have enough to have a class. It appears we have some Suffolks in there, Dorpers, Horn Dorsets, and Katahdins. Last call for white-faced crosses. This will be your last final call. White-faced crosses weighing 101 to 152. Naturals, you're on deck. Naturals, be first class, class number 12, you're on deck. Now would be a good time to recognize our Ohio Lamb and Wool ambassador, Avery Schaffner. Avy's in front of the announcer stand here. She's been helping us out yesterday and today. Every time I went to introduce her, there were always lambs in front of her. So anyhow, Avery has been helping us out. We really appreciate all of her help with royalty, her beauty, and presenting all the champion banners and rosettes. Thank you, Avery.
certainly an interesting class to sort through, you know, different breeds out here mixed together. Sometimes makes it a little more challenging, but just anytime they bring you a class, judge them like you do the rest. Judge them like good quality sheep, and they'll fall together. And that's where I think our Suffolk appearing sheep here has the advantage. That one's just built good from the ground up. He's square. He's correct on his feet and legs. He gets out and moves well. Balance is really good in this sheep. And then when you compare him to the others in terms of just show ring readiness, man, that one's got all the bells and whistles in terms of squareness and shape of muscle. He balances up well. He's really good in his condition as well. The next one that comes in line there, Young Man's Hair Sheep's also a very good one. That one gives you a really good look from the side, and that's where his biggest advantage is over these other four. He just blends together from the point of his shoulder, ties together better down his top line, and that thing's big and pulled apart in his rib cage. He's got a big chest floor in him. Need to change him just a little bit on his back legs. At times he wants to toe in and roll his hocks just a notch, and that's where he falls short of our class winner. We just need to square him up and make him more athletic in his movement. Nice Horn Dorset comes here next, and she gives you a really good look from the side view in terms of being tall-shouldered, having the right kind of neck placement. That one's a little bit flatter in her rib shape. She's not quite as shapely and expressive in her muscle pattern as our top two. I think just bulk that one up, put more meat on her bones, and she's certainly one you could justify moving up if you chose to. Really Contrary Hair Sheep comes there next. Young ladies having fits with that one, but man, that's a pretty good sheep. He balances up pretty well from the side. He's got a good turn to his body. He's got some muscle about him, a little bit softer in the way he handles him compared to our top three. Same things can be said about this next Dorper sheep here in line. Really big about his rib cage. He's big from his loin back. We need to change that one a little bit right behind his shoulders and just smooth him up in his lines, and then maybe trim him up to move him up. And then a nice Katahdin rounds out our class, and it's a shame he's not in a class with more of his kind because that's a good built sheep. He's tall-shouldered. He's good to look at from the side view. When we compare him to those ahead of him, I'd just like to see more muscularity and more mass in that one, just stouting him up a bit to move him up. Good class.
The results of class number 10 are AOBs. First place and champion AOB goes to Paige Brimke from Wellington on a Suffolk. Really nice Suffolk lamb. The banner is being sponsored by Apex Clean Energy, Roger Hunker. Our reserve champion AOB is Cameron Prince from Conover on a Dorper. And she will be receiving a banner also from Apex Clean Energy, Roger Hunker. Third place goes to Kinsley Courtwright from Troy. Fourth place goes to Katie Curry from Wilmington. Fifth goes to Renard Wilson from Hopewell. And sixth, Aubrey Thompson from Centerburg. Coming in the ring, we have class number 11, whiteface crosses. Those lambs weigh between 101 and 152. Going to make a first call for naturals. This is class number 12. These will be natural lambs weighing 90 to 112 pounds. This will be your first call of naturals, class number 12. Need to have those to the makeup arena ASAP. Just one class of whiteface crosses. Second call for class number 12. Class number 12, natural lambs weighing 190 to 112 pounds. Second call, naturals, class number 12. Last call for class number 12. That'll be your first class of natural lambs weighing 90 to 112. This will be your final call for class number 12 into the Shell House Livestock Showbox Society Makeup Arena.
Well, a heck of a class of these white-faced crosses, just like we've seen throughout the day, just loads of quality in each and every class. And I told some of these kids, I get it why we got to put them all together, and there's no arguing that fact, but it's tough when you got a big variation in size and weight, because we got some little sheep there, 7, 8, 9, that are just immature. They just need more time. They're the right kind. They're just not as far along in their muscle or condition as these top 5, so it makes it a little more challenging, but a good class throughout. These top 2, they were my 2 picks the whole time, and just right there at the ends when I made my final decision when we get them in motion. I'd like to put these 2 together because I think they've both got things that complement the other, and we all know we can't do that. So when we just cut them apart and figure out which one is the best, that speckled sheep that wins the class is just so powerful. I think he's hard to overlook. That one comes out of his blade into a big forerib, but even more importantly, he comes out of his blade into a big, massive rack, loin, and hip. That one's condition is spot on, his skin's spot on, muscularity's awesome, he gets out and moves well. I wish he balanced up in his belly and in his flank a little better like the one that comes in second. Like I said, you got to make a decision, and I think his combination of parts just overpowers our sheep in second, but that's an awfully good pair. The one in second, deadly to look at from the side view. That young lady's an excellent showman, does a great job. Tall shouldered, neck comes out right. He's woolly-legged, but that thing's got some bone underneath. He's got a big forearm. He's got the right kind of look from the side, as I said. When we compare him to our class winner, even though he's got worlds of muscle in him, he's not as big and opened up high. He's not as shapely through his loin as our class winner. But that's an awesome pair that would be successful anywhere in the country you want to take him. This sheep that comes in third, he's a little bit different kind than the ones on either side of him. He's a little bit smaller in his stature, and I think the young lady knows that. And I think showing him like she does maybe shows off his balance just a little better than if we were up on him all the time. But that thing balances up good in his underline. He's straight topped. He's a little more conservative in his frame size. He's a little more jammed up in terms of his neck and length of front end. But you get past that thing trucks out here like an athlete. He's wide, he's square, he's big ribbed, and he's got a lot of muscle. Just make him more extended like the ones on either side, and then he's more of a player than he ended up today. The 2 we've got here in 4 and 5 are pretty similar in type and kind, both really good-looking sheep, and they're like some of these I talked about over here. They're just immature, but they're built right. The feet and legs are there, the front end's there, they've got the right kind of muscle. They just need time to mature and put on a little more condition to be more competitive. But again, a nice class throughout. If you would, please give them all a hand.
Our results of class number 11, your white-face crosses. First place and grand champion white-face cross goes to Bryn Huntsman from Fort Recovery. Bryn is going to receive a banner from Shellhouse Livestock Company. Dave Shellhouse representing the company. Our reserve goes to Tori Moran from Richwood. She'll be our reserve champion whiteface cross. Also getting a banner from Shellhouse Livestock Company. Again, thanks Dave Shellhouse for helping us out there. Third place goes to Callie Hoppus from Marion. Fourth, Delaney Dupe from Worcester. Fifth, Laney Patton from Ridgeway. Sixth, Braden Wolf from Upper Sandusky. Seventh, Addie Comstock from Marion. Eighth, Connor Lohr from Wheelersburg. Ninth, Jake Kramer from Findlay. And 10th place, Jamie Maxon from Conover. Entering the ring, we have our first class of naturals. This is class number 12 in the ring. These natural lambs weigh between 90 and 112 pounds. So we're going to make a first call for class number 13. Natural lambs weighing 113 to 120 pounds. First call, class number 13, natural lambs 113 to 120 pounds. Second call for class number 13. Class number 13, your natural lambs weighing 113 to 120 pounds. Second call to the Shell House Livestock Showbox Society Makeup Arena. That fan.
down by about by the poultry barn down in there.
Last call for class number 13. Last call, class number 13. Natural lambs weighing 113 to 120 pounds. Last call.
Beef or does he want poultry or pork?
Well, a good set of lightweight natural colored sheep here, and this sure makes me excited for what we'll see within this classification. I know there will be lots of good ones there in the back. So a good class here, and I talked to some of these kids again, and just some, as you would expect in lighter weight sheep, there's a lot of green ones in here that just need time. I told you guys just get them bulked up and put some flesh on them, and they'll widen up and do the things that you need them to do. Don't give up on them. Lots of good quality. These 5 I thought were some that just put those traits that I'm looking for together just a notch better. The sheep I lead off with, that's an awfully good one to me. That thing is extremely tall-shouldered. He's as shapely muscled as any of them. He's big-hipped. He's big-pinned. He's good on his feet and legs, and still has enough size to have that kind of condition and that kind of muscle. He's got enough size to make me think as that one, grows on into fall, he's still going to look the part. He's going to be built right. He's going to be athletic. He's going to be sound. That's a nice one to lead off with. One that comes in second is probably a little more impressive when we talk about just shape from front to rear. That one comes out of her blade into a big rack. She's got a big square loin edge in her, and she's really big hipped and carries her muscle down low. From the side view at times, she wants to drive a little hard, and when she does, even though I think her loin's square enough, she doesn't transition from her loin into her hip quite as nice as the sheep that comes ahead. If you can look past that, that could be your class winner because she's got the power, she's got the width. I just want her to balance up a little bit better, in my opinion. One that comes next is another sheep I've got faith in will get extremely good when his time's right. He's green, he's immature, but man, that thing's as tall fronted as any. He's long-necked, his feet and legs are good, and he's got extra shape down his top. He's just green and raw. His loin edge isn't there like the two ahead of him. He's one that wants to be just a little bit flatter in his rib shape perhaps than our top two, but a good silhouette and one that looks to me like the feeding kind that'll get better as we roll him on into Louisville time or even maybe later than that. Sheep that comes next, nice little ewe lamb, and it's hard to pick a lot of holes in that one. Maybe she doesn't wow you like some of these other sheep in a spot or two. Man, just functional, good livestock that gets out and moves well. She's straight, correct down her top line. Her body shape's good. For me, I'd like to see a little more extension in that one when we put her in motion, and even when the young lady's got her stuck, she's naturally just a little lower at the point of her shoulder, not quite as nifty up front to look at as our top three. And then the stout, powerful one comes here that rounds out our top five. That one's got the muscle, he's got the bone. He doesn't put it all together quite as neatly down his top as some of those ahead of him. He's a little bumpy in his loin. I'd change his edges into his hip there just a notch. But he's one that concerns me just a little bit as we compare him to some of these others in his frame size. Hopefully he'll go on and continue to grow and do the right things, but just a little more moderate in his type and kind than our top four. Good class. Please give him a hand.
Our results of class number 12, our first class of naturals weighing 90 to 112 pounds. There were 20 head shown. First place goes to Taylor Workman from Springfield. Second, Olivia Seaburn from South Charleston. Third, Addie Dunlap from Mainland. Fourth, Bella Bonham from Washington Courthouse. Fifth, Betsy Young-Peter from Spencerville. Sixth, Elliot Waters. Seventh, Cora Swartz from Spencerville. Eighth, Addie Comstock from Marion. Ninth, Lyndon Reichert from New Weston. And 10th place, Delaney Dute from Worcester. In the ring, we have class number 13. Class number 13 are natural lambs weighing 113 to 120 pounds. Going to make a first call for class number 14, natural lambs weighing 123 to 132 pounds. First call, class number 14. day, yeah.
You all right?
Yes, sir.
Stay all night?
No,
Me neither.
I
Should've.
probably got out
I
before you did,
should've.
though. I probably got out before you did.
Probably.
What did we leave here at 11? No, we got the motel at 11:30.
See, the hell of it is, I can get home, but I can't get here. I got 42 South shut.
42 what?
42 South.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, I can get home, but I can't get here.
Yeah.
I just go to Marysville. And then, I keep forgetting every year about that 270 and 33. Like Dodge car. It's like, holy smokes. Throwing hands.
Eddie Bryant.
Bryant and Cook. Who's reserve? Cook. Cook's pretty good.
Second call for class number 14. Natural lambs weighing 123 to 132. This will be your second call.
18.
Last call for class number 14. We're about ready to finish this class. Last call from class number 14. Naturals weighing 123 to 132. This will be your final call.
Well, hello everyone in the sheep barn here at Ohio State Fair. My name is Brian Baldridge. I am the director of the Ohio Department of Agriculture here in the great state of Ohio. And we have a special guest here in the sheep barn, and I would like to introduce our Lieutenant Governor. Knows a little bit about winning, okay? So I know all the young people are out here trying to do their best, but I want to introduce our Lieutenant Governor Tim Tressel.
Thank you, Director Baldridge. Thank you. It's so great to see all these young people that have worked so hard, so proud of what they've done to get ready for this day and this week. Thanks to the moms and dads and aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters. That's what Ohio's all about, coming together as a family, supporting one another. So proud of everyone that's competing. Exciting week. This is why Ohio is the greatest state in the nation. Thanks so much, and go Bucks!
Are we going to find out? Do they get down to one or
They'll place the top 5 here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
Yep, and then they'll have, then the first and second will get a banner, and then they'll come back for champion lamb tonight. Tonight when we have our champion drive.
So right now he's got them placed. They're in line the way he wants them.
No.
No, he hasn't got them.
That's the top 5.
Okay, so he hasn't pulled
So
out
they're
of
in no
that yet.
particular order.
Right.
So he'll start pulling them out.
It
here.
won't
This
take him
is-
very long. He's been pretty quick.
Okay.
So
There's
here's
5th, right?
That's 5th.
5th place. That's 4th.
Yep.
Okay, now he's down to the final 3.
So the girl in 5th is from Darke County. The
Okay.
girl in 4th is from Shelby County. So this breed is called natural color. Their skin or their wool is black, and it's just a breed that we show them in. So we have several different breeds. This is one of the breeds that we have, and then whoever wins each breed will come back for champion tonight of the champion market lamb.
And there's a little bit to get them ready. As you mentioned, Lieutenant Governor, getting their hair off. I don't have to. It doesn't take me long to get ready, but they spend a lot of
Oh, I
time
know,
getting ready. And
Yep, feeding them and
How about
water.
this little girl? She's probably like in the youngest in the
Yeah,
grade.
she's probably 9.
Yeah, right? She's got
8
all
or
she
9.
can handle.
Yep.
She'll be good. About 3 years, she'll be up there. Right?
She's from Mercer County. And, the girl down there is actually a 4th grade sister from Shelby, and then the boy is from Warren.
Thank you. It's on.
Sorry.
Well, another really high quality class, and I think we've kind of stepped our quality up in this particular class of naturals over those lighter weight ones. A bunch of sheep in here that are just show ready. There's some differences as I talked to some of the kids about over there in them, but I think all in all, a deep set. Our top 5, all very, very good sheep. There's truly some different types, and I know if you've got somebody different out here doing it, these things are going to be lined up totally different, and I'm cool with that. I like what I like. You guys know what I like, and you've got a pretty good idea where things are going to shake out at the end of the day when you bring different types of animals. So the two at the top of the class I thought were the most similar, and in my opinion, those are more my style, my kind. I think just a little neater to look at up front. They're taller shouldered. Their necks come out just a little different. I think they're super good looking and good balance from the side. I love both of them from their hip back and just how level and how correct and big pinned they are. The one in our first place position's a little bit fresher to the touch, especially over the loin edge as we compare it to that second place sheep. And this thing's also just a little more up in its chest floor. I like that one a lot. Balance is tremendous. Feet and leg soundness is good. Handle and touch are tremendous in that one as well. This one that comes in second, a lot of unique pieces in that one. He gets out and goes good. He's got big feet. He's got a big forearm. I love how his neck comes right out of the point of his shoulder. as I compared him to our class winner, I think we could change him just a little bit in his length of blade. I think we could just hydrate that one and freshen him just a little bit in his loin edge to make him better today. But that's an awfully good sheep there, young man, to be second. One that comes in third, I know has got lots of fans around ringside. This thing's as busted open and as muscular as probably any sheep we've seen today. He's big ribbed. He's big from his hip back, and you step in behind him, he's got gobs and gobs of muscle. It's when we get him out and ask him to go, I don't think he stays together as good as our top pair. He wants to duck his shoulder and his chest just a little bit, get his top up in him, and when he does that, it makes him appear to be a little bit rounder out of his hip than I probably think he really is. He is huge pinned. He's a little shorter rump than our top two, and I think he is a little bit rounder from his hooks to his pins as we compare him to that top pair. But again, like I said, lots of people are going to love that one. He's probably had his day in the past, and I'm sure he will again in the future. One that comes in four kind of fits the pattern, maybe more so of our first and second place winners from the side. Just gives up some power today to all three of those ahead of him. That thing's good looking. His front end's elite. We just need to power him up a little bit from his hip back and from his hip down. Just don't see quite as much sheep in that one. The sheep that rounds out our top five, another big-bodied one that certainly got some muscularity and some bone about him. He's another one that when we get him out and get him in motion, doesn't keep his front end up quite as neat, doesn't keep his chest floor in him quite as good. And then when you talk about true handle and shape, rack's big, hips big, we need to change that one a little bit over his loin edge today. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Our results of class number 13. That'll be Natural Lambs weighing 113 to 120 pounds. First place goes to Madison Chateau from Fort Laramie. Second place was Carson Narup from Loveland. Third, Bryn Huntsman from Fourth Recovery. Fourth was Madison Chateau from Fort Laramie. Fifth, Paige Garrett from Yorkshire. Sixth, Avery Kramer from Wapakoneta. Seventh, Bronson Shear from Shreve. Eighth, Anika Rosebrook from Napoleon. Ninth, Claire Adderholt from Loudonville. In 10th place, Jamie Maxson from Conover. Entering the ring is Class 14. Class 14 are Natural Lambs weighing 123 to 132 pounds. Going to make a first call. First call for Class 15. That'll be Natural Lambs weighing 134 to 159 pounds. This will be our last class of Natural Lambs. Class 15. After this class, we'll need to have the first and second individuals of class 12, 13, and 14 into the makeup arena for your champion and reserve champion overall natural. No. Third. We've called the fourth. Second call for class number 15. Natural lambs weighing 134 to 159. About ready to complete this class 14. So again, we need to have class number 15 natural lambs weighing 134 to 159 to the Shell House Livestock and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Again, this will be our last class of naturals, so we need to have the first two class winners of class 12, 13, and 14 back to the makeup arena. Last call, class number 15. Natural lambs weighing 134 to 159. Last call.
Well, things are certainly getting a little stouter and a little tougher here in our natural color division, and that's to be expected. Usually we go up in pounds and size, and the quality gets better in this particular division of sheep. They need a little extra time, most of the time, just to mature and drop enough body and flank. And man, I think most of these things certainly show those good traits. This one, it leads off. He's pretty hard to beat in my opinion. I liked him a lot when he came in, but the more I study him and the more I see him in motion, I like him better. That thing's chest is so far up in him. He's smooth. He's straight in his lines. He's got a big, long hip about him, a big, long rump. That one's underline carriage is tremendous. And then you handle him like you've got to admire the squareness, the freshness, the touch, and balance that one has. That's an awfully good one. This one that comes in second probably has some people around ringside that think pretty highly of him, and you should. That's an awfully good sheep, and he's unique in a lot of areas. He's got killer leg wool, and that's all great. I don't judge sheep based on their leg wool, but that thing's got some foot, he's got some bone, he's got a big forearm. That one is really angular when you get up on top of him from his shoulder back to his pin set, and just the shape and width and squareness he has down his top. Balance is good whenever we've got him stuck. When we get him in motion, I think that one's front end falls out of him a little bit. I wish he was taller fronted like the sheep that goes out ahead of him. I wish he had a little more length from his hip back to his tail head. Those things are very picky of an awfully good sheep. Young lady, you should be proud. That's a nice one to stand second. The one that comes in third, man, if these two weren't here, you'd be really excited about this one as well. That's a good sheep. It's got a lot of good pieces and parts. Feet and legs are good. He's got a little extra length of body, which usually works against a sheep because usually they don't keep their top in them as good. That doesn't affect him in that regard. His loin's up like it should be. I'd like to change that one a little bit in his underline as we compare him to our top two. And when I get over the top of him, as big as he is up high in terms of muscle shape and width, I think we need to make him just a little rounder and a little wider in his center body. The sheep that comes next, young man's done a great job feeding on that one. He handles good, conditions right, muscularity's right. I thought when we got him on the side view, balance kind of came into play on his. Just one that's a little bit deeper about his chest and shoulder, not quite as extended and long fronted as the ones ahead of him. You talk about power and you take him to a judge that's really concerned about muscularity and width. He's going to get along every time. That's a nice sheep. This one comes in 5. Man, that's one of my favorites when he first walked in the ring. That one gives you a good look. He runs uphill. He's good to look at up front. Big old feet, big bone, handles with some shape and some muscularity. Probably doesn't tie together and probably doesn't have quite as much squareness about his loin edge as those ahead of him. But where I'd really like to change him is when I step right in behind him in motion. I think that one wants to be just a little bit flatter, track just a little bit narrower than the 4 ahead of him. Good class. Please give them all a big hand if you would.
Our results of class number 14. Class number 14, these are natural lambs weighing 123 to 132 pounds. First place goes to Miley Shetto from Fort Laramie. Second place is Oksana Gossard from Herod. Third is Brinley Rice from Farmdale. Fourth, Keegan Jones from Herod. Fifth, Ernie Spracklin from Cedarville. Sixth, Brent Huntsman from Fort Recovery. Seventh, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Eighth, Kaylin Kinsman from Archbald. 9th, Marissa Snyder from Fort Laramie. And 10th place, Ashton Anderson from Centerburg. Entering the ring, we have Class 15. Class 15, these are natural lambs weighing 134 to 159 pounds. Again, this will be our last class of naturals for today. So we'll need to have the first and second place class winners in Class 12, 13, and 14. We need to have those to the Shell House Livestock and Showbox Society Makeup Arena to show for our champion and reserve champion naturals. Up next will be your blackface crosses. First class of blackface crosses are on deck. That's Class 16. Those will be weighing 90 to 105. You're on deck as soon as we name our champion and reserve naturals. We're about ready here to finish up class number 15. So again, we need to have the first and second place individuals in class 12, 13, and 14 natural classes. We need to have those into the makeup arena for our grand and reserve champion natural. We're about ready to finish this last class up. And again, blackface crosses, as soon as that's over, not to surprise you, we're ready to go with class number 16. That'll be the 90s to 105s. Class 16, blackface crosses, right after this division champion.
tremendous class of these blue sheep, and a very good way to finish out this particular breed classification. Lots of quality out here in this particular class, and just little differences got the kids pulled over where they are. But I thought our top 5 was just a group of sheep that put a lot of positives together. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to change some things, because I think they're all good enough. You could rearrange them and justify it. This is how I see him today. This one that leads off, man, he's like a cat when we get him out and get him in motion. I mean, he's sound, he's flexible, he's square, he keeps his chest where he should. He's as big and opened up in his forerib as any of them, and he's got more rack shape than the rest of the class. I love him from his hip back. His loin is big enough and square enough, but if I could pick on him and change him a little bit somewhere, I'd smooth him up just a little bit in that regard. But that's an awfully good one, in my opinion, to win our heavyweight class. This one that comes in second, tremendous sheep. And you know, I had to study those two a little bit and make my decision up. I love that one from the profile. His chest floor is up in him, top of his shoulders where it should be, straight and correct in his lines. If I could change him, I'd put just a little more width, a little more shape down his back. He's got lots of muscle. He gets outpowered by the one that stands ahead of him. And that's being picky of an awfully good one that's very deserving of that second place spot. This one that comes in third is a deceiving sheep, because when he came in, I thought, man, that's an awfully good looking one that's probably not thick enough. And then you get on top of him and handle him. He's certainly got the right kind of thickness and the right kind of muscle shape. He doesn't touch quite as firm as those two ahead of him. And I think when we compare the three, he's one that's just a little longer about his blade, a little bit deeper about his chest. And again, that's being critical of an awfully good sheep, but that's what you've got to do when you get so many good ones thrown in a class together. This one that comes next is big-footed and stout as any of them in terms of bone work. He's got a big old forearm in him, loads of muscle shape in this guy as well. As we compare him to those ahead, he's one I'd like to change through his front 1/3. He's not as good in motion in terms of just being tall and extended, and when we get him set up, he's a little deeper and plainer about his shoulder and chest. A nice balanced sheep comes here in 5, and he's a stout one in terms of bone work. He's pulled apart through his chest. He's got a good turn to his center body. In comparison to those ahead, he needs more muscle shape. I'm not saying he's light muscle, because he's wide down his back and he's got some thickness when you step in behind him. He just gets overpowered today in our top 5. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Our results of class number 15. This will be your heavyweight naturals. They weighed 134 to 159 pounds. First place goes to Hunter Burns from Greenville. Second place was Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Third was Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Fourth, Addison Thompson from Napoleon. Fifth, Alexandria Waddle from Springfield. Sixth, Sutton Weston from Marion. Seventh, Addison Dillo from DeGraff. Eighth, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Ninth, Callie Hoppus from Marion. And 10th place goes to Carmela Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. Got him. We're now ready to show for your Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Natural Division. Starting out of class number 12, that was naturals weighing 90 to 105 pound, 20 head showed. First place was Taylor Workman from Springfield. Out of class number 13, 18 head shows. These were naturals weighing 113 to 120 pounds. First place, Madison Chateau from Fort Laramie. Out of class number 14, there were 19 head shown. Those naturals weighed 123 to 132 pounds. First place, Miley Chateau from Fort Laramie. In our last class, the heavyweight naturals was class 15. Those lambs weighed 134 to 159. 20 head showed. First place was Hunter Burns from Greenville. In our runner-up, going back to the class number 12, the 90 to 105, second place was Olivia Seaburn from South Charleston. In class number 13, weighing 113 to 120, second place was Carson Narup from Loveland. In class number 14, the 123s to 132 pounds, Second place was Oskana Gossard from Herod. And out of class number 15, our runner-up was Hayden Bryant from Ashland. First call for class 16. Class 16, you got blackface crosses weighing 90 to 105. First call. Let's get them into the ring, please. Second call for class number 16, blackface crosses 90 to 105. This will be a second call.
Well, a really good natural colored show, and I'm extremely happy when we get them back out here and compare them. Again, you know, just like in that Hampshire deal, I'm not going to try to convince you that they're all cut from the same mold and look the same, because we can all see they're not. But I just thought they were the ones in their respective classes that put the combination of traits together, and that's what gets them back out here. Really pleased with them, as I said, and I think there's several different ways you could go and justify it. Certainly depends on what you like and where you place your priorities. I'll go show you the pair that hit me the hardest today and suit me the best. If you would, for all of our kids that made it back and those that didn't in our natural division, please give them a big round of applause. Certainly been a pleasure on my part to get to come out and sort through them.
Our champion natural comes out of class number 14, Miley Chateau from Fort Laramie. Our reserve champion comes out of class number 15, Hunter Burns from Greenville. Miley is going to receive a banner from the champion natural from Apex Clean Energy, Roger Hunker, presenting that banner. And our reserve champion natural for Hunter Burns will be presented by Post Showstock, Aaron and Beckett Post. First call for class number 17. We've started here with our blackface crosses. Class 16 is entering the ring, so first call for class number 17 blackface crosses weighing 106 to 112 pounds. Be a first call. Second call for class number 17. Blackface crosses weighing 106 to 112 pounds. Second call. Last call for class number 17. Last call. That's Blackface crosses, lambs weighing 106 to 112. This will be our last call. To the makeup ring, please.
real nice set of sheep here to get our black-face crosses kicked off. And as you would expect, a lot of sheep in here that are pretty green in condition. At this size and weight, they should be. But that was kind of the critical factor in a lot of placings. And then there's some structural differences over there. There's some differences in muscularity and frame size as well. But all in all, a good set of sheep. I thought 3 of them that were pretty close right here at the top of this deal, and just so happens that they're all ewe lambs, but some very nice ones, and look like some that are going to make awesome females to put back in the herd for whoever's going to do that. But at the same time, really good market animals. And this one, it leads off just my kind all day from the side view. I mean, that thing is so tucked up in her chest. She balances good as far as her top line and underline goes. Feet and leg squareness and correctness is good. And then she's got plenty of muscle for a sheep at this stage of life and this size and weight. I think she just puts it all together extremely well. The one I thought was closest to her is the one that comes in second. Another one that looks extremely good from the side view. She's got some shape. She's got some muscularity. I don't think she hooks up quite as neatly, and partly due to just being greener, but I don't think she hooks up quite as neatly right there from her loin into her hip. And then when we get those two set in motion, I think she wants to track just a little bit narrower today, but that's an awfully good sheep as well. And then another really high-quality ewe lamb comes here next. That one is extremely big racked and big hipped. Feet and legs are good on her as well. She's one of those that I don't think she's got a bad edge in her, but she just doesn't hook up quite as smoothly or quite as neatly from the side as our top 2. And even though she's a pretty shallow one, maybe not quite as neat in her chest floor as our top pair, but that's an awfully high-quality ewe as well. These Weathers that come in 4 and 5, man, I like lots of things about them. And if you've got a judge that's just going to come out here and do most of his concentration on muscularity, these are going to be the top 2 because they are by far the heaviest muscled. I thought when we got them on the side view, they didn't balance up as good. That's where the 4th place sheep has a little advantage over our 5th place lamb and being just a little neater about his chest and shoulder. That one wants to stretch out on you a little too much at times, and when he does, he looks a little bit soft in his top line. I don't think it's actually a structural problem, but it's hard to get a good read on him because he does have a little extra depth up front. Top line maybe not quite as level as those ahead of him, but a good sheep nonetheless. This one, it rounds out our top 5. That one's as dense and muscular as any of them. I like the turn to his rib, just like to clean him up front in order to move that one up today. Good job to you guys. Congratulations.
Our results of class number 16. That will be our first class of black-face crosses. 22 head shown. First place goes to Addie Comstock from Marion. Second, Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Third, Julian Ball from Danville. Fourth, Hunter Barrera from Somerset. Fifth, Harley Haynes from Union City. Sixth, Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Seventh, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Eighth, Hunter Salzener from Seville. Ninth, Cohen Gallagher from Fremont. And 10th, Jasper Marker from Greenville. Entering the ring is class number 17. These black-face crosses weigh 106 to 112. We're going to make a first call for class number 18. Class 18 are black-face crosses weighing 113 to 118 pounds. That'll be a first call for class number 18 to the Shell House Livestock and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. that, Jeff. Second call for class number 18, blackface crosses weighing 113 to 118 pounds. This will be your second call. Bristle Glancy. Bristle Glancy, we need to have you in the Sheep Barn office, and please bring your card out of class number 16. Bristle Glancy. Second call for Class 18. Class 18, blackface crosses weigh 113 to 118. Be your second call. We will remind all exhibitors that had champions today that will be participating tonight in the Grand Champion overall event. You were handed an envelope when you received your champion and reserve champion of that breed. You don't throw that envelope in the show box. Open it up. We need to get you a bio for tonight's event. That needs to be filled out and taken to the Sheep Barn office. Again, that's the envelope that you received when you were named your breed champion. Take that envelope. There's a bio in there. Needs to be filled out for the event tonight. Okay, last call for Class 18 blackface crosses weighing 113 to 118 pounds. You need to be into the makeup arena.
Another really nice class as we're moving on up in size and weight here in our blackface crosses. And again, some variation in types and kinds within our top 5, but I think very good sheep just in terms of combining a lot of good traits and characteristics. This one I chose to lead off with is one that I think when you compare him to the 4 there below him, just smoother in his build from the side. That one's got big feet. He's got a big forearm. He balances up really good. He's got plenty of shape down his top. Going away from you, both our top two. I'd like to see just a little more width from stifle to stifle, make them track just a little bit wider on their rear too. But I think he is the one of the pair that just balances up just a little smoother in his look from the side. This one that comes in second, man, I know a lot of people are like, man, that's the kind for this judge, and he is. He's tall-shouldered, he's good-looking. Another one that balances pretty well. I don't think he's quite as neat in his chest and shoulder as the one that leads off, but where I'd like to change him is over his loin edge. I don't think he's round in his edges. He's just not there yet in terms of being fat enough and having enough squareness in the way he hooks in. And like I said, you step in behind both those sheep, I think we could base him just a bit wider, but that's one that certainly got some future in him as well. Really tall-shouldered, good presented one comes here next. Young man's done a great job of feeding that one. Gobs of muscle in him. He's big-racked, he's big-hipped. He tracks really good off both ends. From the side view, in comparison to our top two, we need to change him a little bit. He's a little deeper up front. He doesn't tie in from his loin to his hip as neatly as those two ahead of him. Really stout one comes there next. One that's as big-chested and big rib-caged as any of them. Another one that's really fresh in the way he handles. He's got loads of muscle. It's a little bit straighter off both ends, so when we get him out and get him in motion, he wants to lock his hocks at times, and I'd like to see him just take a little longer stride off both ends. Young man that moved up to 5th place here's got a really nice sheep, and I told him over there in line that one's got a lot of potential. I'd like to see him in a couple of months because I think he's going to get really good. For me today, he was just a little rougher down his top, didn't transition quite as smoothly as those sheep ahead of him, but man, he's good-skinned, he's good-muscled, he's certainly got the potential. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Our results of class number 17, that's Blackface Crosses, weighing 106 to 112. First place, Paige Garrett from Yorkshire. Second place, Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Third place, Elliot Walters from Hartville. Fourth, Bryn Bollinger from Sterling. Fifth, Hunter Salzner from Seville. Sixth, Jackson Lines from Carroll. Seventh, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Eighth, Betsy Young Peter from Spencerville. Ninth, Avery Rice from Farmdale. And 10th place is Sophia Michael from Lynchburg. Entering the ring, we have class 18. These lambs weigh 113 to 118 pounds. Go to make a first call for class number 19. Class number 19, those lambs weigh 119 to 121. First call. Second call for class number 19. Those lambs weigh 119 to 121. Blackface crosses, class number 19, second call.
Another really competitive class, and you've heard me say it before. I wouldn't argue a whole lot with you if you wanted to change some things within the top 5, because I think they've all got really good pieces, really unique pieces and parts about them. Just always try to pick the ones that are the most complete, the most fault-free, and for me, it's pretty easy in our class winner. That's what I want one to look like from the side view. I think that one's tremendous. He's tall-shouldered. He's shallow where he needs to be. He deepens up where he should. Angles to his joints are correct. He goes and comes at you square. Just an awfully good sheep. And then added to that, it's got the right kind of shape and muscle expression. Lean in his condition, but enough on him where he still transitions and hooks up like one should. I think an awfully nice one to lead us off. This one that comes in second, he's one I kind of missed there on the walk in. He wasn't having his best day when he first came in. He was kind of bunched up and didn't look quite as good as he does. But once we got over here and handled that one, he made the trip over to the other side pretty easy. Just good livestock. I mean, he's balanced, he's stout, he's square. Is he as flashy looking as our class winner? I don't think so, and that's what separates that pair. But he's got the fundamentals. He's got the right kind of rib, the right kind of muscle and shape, good feet and legs. That's a nice one as well. This one that comes in third, man, I hated to have to put you there, buddy, because that's a dang good sheep, and I know a lot of people would run him to the top because he's just so stout. He's got big old feet, a big forearm, loads of muscle, and he's wedged the right way. For me, I have a little bit of problem with him when we get him on the profile at times. He smooths up and looks the part, and then at times his loin wants to come up in him, and it just doesn't let him have a smooth enough look down his top like our top two. If you can kind of get that in check, I promise you're going to have a lot of fun with that one in the future, because that's a good sheep to have to be third today. Really expensive looking ewe lamb comes here in fourth, and that one's got a lot of bells and whistles about her. Front 1/3's tremendous. She's shapely. She's soggy bellied. She's got some muscle shape to her. She needs to hook up just a little differently down her top. And part of that, she's green and she's raw still, but I don't think she's as up and as edgy in her loin as those sheep that come up ahead of her. I think change that about that one. Certainly one a lot of people would want to move to the top of the class. And then another just good stout one comes here in fifth. That one's got big old feet. He's got big muscles. One of those that we've talked about today, he's a little beyond level from his hip back. His tail head's a little too high, and that kind of throws his top line and his loin off. Doesn't bother some people. To me, that's an issue I think we need to get a hold of pretty soon, or it's going to get a little more rampant in our industry. But other than that, that's a good sheep. He's big-ribbed, he's big-footed. Change him there. Make him go out just a little easier in his movement, and he's another one you could certainly justify moving up. Good class throughout. Please give them all a hand if you will.
Good class. Class number 18. There were 24 head shown. Blackface crosses weighed 113 to 118. First place goes to Julian Ball from Denville. Second place goes to Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Third was Keegan Jones from Herod. Fourth, Harper Horning from Bucyrus. Fifth, Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. Sixth, Blythe Heron from Dresden. Seventh, Victoria Kovacs from Fulton. Eighth place, William Gossard from Herod. Ninth place, Tori Moran from Richwood. And 10th place was Paisley McCarroll from West Milton. In the ring, we have Class 19. These are black-face crosses weighing 119 to 121. So we're making a first call for class number 20. Black-face crosses weighing 122 to 124. 122 to 124. First call.
I was just looking on the Board of Elections because Jeffrey just asked me how old he was. So I said, "Give him in the office," and he was like short of breath. And I'm like, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, don't worry." I'm like, "You sound to me like you're short of breath." He goes, "I was just hurrying." I'm like, "Well, please slow down."
No, he's he's
Maryland,
almost.
is Maryland? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. This says she was born in '63, so she would be my age. See? So he's 10 years old.
Again, I just want to make them a reminder for all breed champions today, all breed champions and reserves, you received an envelope when you were awarded champion and reserve. In that envelope, there's some information about tonight's overall champion drive, the event that will take place. We need to get a bio. The bio is inside that envelope. It needs to be filled out and then be brought to the office, so we'll be prepared for you all tonight. Thank you. While we're in deep into these cross spreads, I'd like to introduce our judge again today. Our judge is Jimmy Davis. Jimmy is from Walters, Oklahoma. He and his wife Jamie, his son Ty, and his daughter Taylor, and her husband Colby, which Taylor and Colby have two grandsons, Wesley and Bo. They all have a family operation down there, 80 head of Hampshires and crossbred ewes. Jimmy is a retired ag teacher, just recently retired from teaching ag down there. Jimmy has judged all over the United States. Like I mentioned this morning, he's judged all the majors. We've had him here at the State Fair before. I think it was during the COVID year, and anyhow, he does an excellent job. He's done the Louisville show and just about done them all. And so we were glad to have him back to do the 2025 Ohio State Fair. Let's give him a nice hand for working with our youth here today for our Junior Market Lamb show. As in the last couple years, our grand drive tonight, it'll be quite a production. We'll have a backdrop and the smoke and the flare and everything. That event will take place at 8 o'clock. There's a lot of setup that needs to be done, but we're running on time here and doing very well. We appreciate all the exhibitors for getting to the ring. But again, just for information, again, that event will start at 8 o'clock this evening. Going to make a second call for class number 20. Class number 20 blackface crosses weighing 122 to 124. We need to have those to the Shell House Livestock and Showbox Society Arena. Also today, we have a lot of people watching us on live stream. Again, we have Ringside Live providing our live streaming today here at the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn. It was purchased through the promotional auction, but they've live streamed our show today and also yesterday for both shows. Today, the sponsor of our live stream is Schroyer Showstock, Stitzline Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, and again, we're rotating ads throughout the picture with Johnson Show Lambs, Allen and Christy Johnson, the Weaver Livestock, and TKM Livestock. Again, the funds that we get from the live streaming expenses are included as part of the incentive payments for the Market Lamb shows. Also, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. As you can see, we have several banners that are around the arena and also up above. We have the Shell House Livestock, and you have your Showbox Society. You have the OSIA Lead, Farm Bureau Nationwide. Again, Select Livestock. You have SFI. You have Weaver. You have Formula Champion Show Feeds. You have Martin Welding. You have Johnson Show Lambs. Also with us today, we have Megan Joe Photography. Again, she's been taking the pictures yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And if you'd like any pictures done, she can get that done for you. If you want a backdrop, they can run over there and get you a backdrop picture also. Also above me, you got the big banner from Stock Show Secrets. So we got a lot of sponsors that have helped us throughout the years. A lot of these are repeat breeders. They're repeat businesses. And we appreciate all these individuals and breeders and companies that have supported the youth here at the Ohio State Fair. Last call for class number 20. Last call, class number 20, blackface crosses weighing 122 to 124. Last call.
Well, a really deep class, and again, lots of good sheep over on the rail. I thought the top 5 were exceptional in their own right, and they all really have some unique pieces about them. I struggle between the top 2, and a lot of people will be like, well, why do you struggle? They're not alike, and no, they're not. So I guess it basically would just depend on what type of sheep you prefer. Well, that's a tough call. The sheep that I prefer more from the profile view is our class winner. He wins based on his elevation at the point of his shoulder, his straightness and correctness of lines, and the way he handles down his top. Now, is he as good in motion as our second place sheep? I don't think he's as flexible, and I think he's just a little bit deeper about his chest and shoulder. I don't think his chest is nearly as tucked up. But he is taller fronted, and when we prop him up and put him on the side view, I think he has the advantage of being more elite through his front 1/3, along with just being smoother and more correct when you back off and look at the pair. But that's a very good pair of sheep. They both bring a lot of good things to the table. This one that's in second, yeah, he's a little lower fronted than our class winner. He's not as smooth from his loin or his rack into his loin or from his loin back, but man, that thing is fluid in his movement. We get him out. He's not as tall shouldered as I said, but man, he tracks square. His hock's good, his knee's good. He's got an abundance of muscle in him. Put our class winner's elevation in this one, then it's an easy call because he offers just a little more in terms of soundness and structure. So good pair. You choose them how you like. That's the way I see them today. This one that comes in third, another tall shouldered one that kind of matches the profile of our class winner, and I like that about him. He's just not quite as firm, not quite as square and edgy as our top two. You know, give that one a little more time on the exercise program or whatever he needs. He's going to be a good sheep because he balances so well. He gets around and moves good. Just needs a little more punch today to rival our top pair. Same thing can be said about this sheep that comes next. Young man does a great job of sticking that one. He looks extremely good from the side. We get him in motion. I just don't think he holds himself together with quite as much squareness and correctness from the rear view as that top end does. But, man, he looks good. He handles pretty well. Just change him a little bit when we get him out in motion. He's certainly one you can move up. And then a nice sheep rounds out our top five. Young ladies fed this one extremely good. He's bulgy in his muscles. He's lean enough over his ribs. He's one I'd like to change a little bit in his lines from the side. He doesn't transition quite as smooth as some ahead. And then when we get him in motion, it's not that he's out at his hock, but he wants to plant his feet just a little closer. I think base that one wider, smooth him up just a little bit, and another one you could justify moving up a spot or two. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you will.
Our results of class number 20, class number, like I said, class number 19. Class number 19, yeah. Class number 19, the lambs weighing 119 to 121 pounds. First place goes to Carson Narup from Loveland. Second place, Addison Thompson from Napoleon. Third place, Grayson Clark from Gallipolis. Fourth place, Logan Schroeder from Defiance. Fifth, Paige Garrett from Yorkshire. Sixth, Sutton Weston from Marion. Seventh, Gentry Krutzer from Kansas. Eighth, Lola McCarroll from West Milton. Ninth, Natalie Campbell from Lake Milton. And 10th place, Gavin Richards from Bowling Green.
That's your hummies in the class.
Yeah. In the ring, we have class number 20. These are lambs weighing 122 to 124. Make a first call for class number 21. Class 21, lambs weighing 125 to 127. 125 to 127. Class 21, first call to the Shell House Livestock Company and Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Second call for class 21. Blackface crosses weighing 125 to 127. This is your second call. Okay, for all you little kiddos, the ones that aren't participating in the show today, for an extra activity over here in the back side of the office in the wool room, the Kids Zone. We call it now the Kids Zone. There's going to be painting activities at 2:30. At 2:30. And will they be judged again? Oh, the judging contest on the coloring will be done tomorrow. Okay.
I normally wouldn't comment on such a thing, but we had a casualty there at the scales, one that didn't make weight, and that is certainly a bad deal for that young man. But hey, that's part of the game we play, and when we jack around with them a little too much, sometimes bad things happen. But that was a sheep that I was pretty excited to see out here in our top 5 to see how he lined up. And I don't say that to take away from any of the things that we've got in our top 5, because we don't know where he would have landed, but that was a good one. The one that leads our class off is another one that struck me really hard when he first came in. I mean, that's one that if he doesn't get your attention, you probably need to go see your heart doctor because the blood's not pumping good or something. That one's deadly to look at from the side. That's my kind all day long and twice on Sunday. Feet and legs are good. Balance is good. Handle's good. Very nice one there to lead us off. The one that comes in second, I think, follows him most closely just in terms of shape and density of muscle. He's not as smooth when we back off and look at him from the side, and that's where I'd change that one. He's tucked up enough. He's good enough in his flank. He just needs to be smoothed up in his top line, hook up from his loin into his hip, just a notch better like that class winner. This sheep does do that a little better. He does maintain a little more straightness and correctness from his loin into his hip. I like that about him. Feet and legs are good. Balance is good. That one needs a shot more muscle to rival those two that come out ahead of you. Young man that ends up 4, he came a long ways because he's one he came in last, I believe, in the class, and he worked his way up into the top 5. And he's got a good sheep. He shows him well. He's fed him well. That sheep's a little bit rounder in his loin edge. He's a little bit flatter when we come and stand right in behind him and study his width through his leg and through his stifle compared to those ahead of him. But again, a nice sheep. Young man here's got a really good one that balances up pretty well, chock full of muscle, big-footed, big forearmed. He's a little straight in his hock. He's just a little bit softer as we compare him to our top end. Good class throughout. Please give him a hand if you would.
Our results of class number 20. There were 23 head shown. Lambs weighing 122 to 124 pounds. First place goes to Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Second place, Avery Rice from Farmdale. Third, Dallas Cribbaheny from Richwood. Fourth, Elliot Walters from Hartville. Fifth, William Gossard from Herod. Sixth, Carly Mag from Ottawa. Seventh, Kelly Hoppus from Marion. Eighth, Claire Kramer from Findlay. Ninth, Ernie Spracklin from Cedarville. And 10th place, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Coming in the ring, we have class number 21. 21 in the ring here. These lambs weigh between 125 and 127 pounds. Going to make a first call for class number 22. Class number 22. Those are black-faced cross lambs weighing 128 and 129. 128 and 129 class number 22. Need to have those into the makeup ring. First call. Again, just a reminder for all the younger kids, if you want to, again, get in a painting contest, they're doing that on the back side here of the office, here next to the wool room. Again, trying to have some activities for the younger ones each day. So if somebody would like to go participate, some of the younger ones, you can go do that over there. Again, a painting contest today. Second call for Class 22. Class 22, Lambs Wham 128 and to 129. Second call. Second call for class number 22. Lambs swim 128 to 129. Second call.
Well, another deep class, and kind of like we ran into in those blue sheep, I think the bigger in size and weight we're getting, not necessarily the sheep are better, but I think the classes are deeper in quality, and a very elite set of them in this particular class. A nice one that wins this deal, and honestly, he did so pretty early on for me. That one kind of sticks his nose through the gate. You get a whiff of what he's got. He's a good balanced one that's got stoutness, he's got correctness of feet and legs, just a nice sheep there to lead us off. This one that comes in second has some unique pieces. He's probably a little taller fronted, he's probably a little longer neck than our class winner. I'd like to change him a little bit in his depth up front, but man, you get past that one's pretty good. He's wide, he's square, he's got the right kind of muscle shape and skin. Going away, he wants to get just a little bit close to the ground, but again, that's being picky of an awfully nice sheep. One that comes here in third's another good one, and his best attribute is probably his profile view. Tall-shouldered, good balanced, feet and leg angles are good when we view him from the side. It's when he goes away from us, I'd like to change that when he wants to get out at his hock, turn his toes in just a notch. But again, a critical assessment of a very nice sheep that stands third here. The one that comes in four, a sheep I like for his balance, his look, his squareness and correctness. Just a little bit softer in the way he handles in comparison, and I'm not saying that one's got too much on him. He doesn't. He just doesn't handle with the density and the firmness of those sheep that come out ahead of him. Change him in that regard, and he's certainly one you could run up a little bit. The power sheep is the one we've got here in five. There's nothing in here that can match him in terms of his muscle, in terms of his roundness of body and his cage. It's when we put him on the profile we need to change him. He's a little bit bolder and deeper up front. He's a little more tucked up in his flank than those that come out ahead. But a nice one to round out our top five. As I said, a good class throughout. Please give him a hand.
Our results of class number 21. Those lambs weigh between 125 and 127 pounds. First place goes to Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. Second place, Carson Narup from Loveland. Third, Miley Chateau from Fort Laramie. Fourth, Parker White from Ashland. Fifth, Gabriella Izzo from Medina. Sixth, Paige Atkins from Zanesville. Seventh, Caden Lake from Northwich. Eighth, Brody Wilson from Hopewell. Ninth, Gabriella Niederhaus from Oak Harbor. 10th, Aubrey Singstock from Clyde. In the ring, we have class number 22. Class number 22 is entering. These blackface crosses weigh 128 to 129. Going to make a first call for class number 23. Class number 23, those lambs weigh 130 to 132. Class number 23 weigh 130 to 132. First call to the makeup ring. Second call for class number 23. Second call, class number 23. That'll be black-face crosses weighing 130 to 132. Last call for class number 23. Last call. Lambs weighing 130 to 132. Final call to the makeup ring.
Another very nice set of these crossbred sheep to sort through, and again, some really nice lambs over there on the edge. And depending on who's lining them up, some of those might be out here in the top 5 instead of what I land on. So you guys keep your heads up, keep working at them. You're going to have better days, I promise you. These 5 in the center of the ring are just the most complete ones, the most fault-free ones in my opinion, and one that leads us off. Man, I like lots of things about him. He is so good looking from the side, and I think that's his biggest advantage over these 4 below him. He just balances up so well. Feet and legs are on point. That one's got plenty of shape and plenty of muscle. I think we could make him handle just a little firmer to the touch over his ribs and down his top to make him more ideal and make him win easier. But for me, I think that's acceptable. I love his balance. I love his soundness. I love his structural makeup. This one that comes in second gives you a really nice look from the side as well. Probably even a little shallower up front than our class winner, and I like that about him. You get up over the top of that one, you have to admire his shape and his density of muscle. He's a little bit flatter in his forerib than our class winner. I'd change him just a little bit when we get him out in motion. He wants to toe in and kind of roll his hock just a little bit in motion as he goes away, but still very nice sheep to look at out here on the profile view. This one that comes in third, he moved himself up quite a ways. He started off pretty far back in the line, but the more I looked at him, the more he grew on me. That thing props up and looks really good from the side view. It's when we get him in motion, I think we need to change him and just give him more flexibility. He wants to set on his pasterns just a little bit funny on his rear too, and therefore make himself just a little straighter in his hock. You put new running gear on him like the one that leads the class off, this one certainly would rival him just in terms of look and balance and muscle. Then a nice sheep comes here next. Tall fronted, shallow, good looking up front, really big feet, really big forearm, just a little softer in his muscle texture than some of them ahead of him. He's not as square, he's not as big and edgy in his loin as our top 3. And then another good one here that rounds out our top 5 that's got big feet and big bones. He's shapely in his muscle. Just need to blend that one together a little smoother down his top for me to want to move him up today. But a good class. Please give them all a hand if you will.
Our results of class number 22 Blackface Crosses weighing 128 to 129. First place goes to Claire Kramer from Findlay. Second, Carly Mag from Ottawa. Third, Avery Flax from Springfield. Fourth, Dallas Cribaheny from Richwood. Fifth, Bryn Bullinger from Sterling. Sixth, Trenton Day from Delaware. Seventh, Maddox Narup from Mainville. Eighth, Kale McCracken from Atwater. Ninth, Harley Haynes from Union City. 10th, Bria White from Ashland. Coming into the ring, we have class number 23. This is 23 coming in the ring. Those lambs weigh 130 to 132. We'll now call for class 24. Class 24 lambs weighing 133 to 135. We need to have those in the Shell House Livestock Company Showbox Society Makeup Arena. Class 24, first call. $17,500.
Is that the dentist?
Yeah. Trimobile. Trimobile.
I'm safe.
Yeah. It delivered produce over in Taiwan. That's what they made them for. Back in the 20s. There's two of them in the United States. One's in a museum, and then there was this one. And, you know, he had to, this one wasn't original, but I mean, he got all the parts that were original after a lot of time to put it all together. But, you know, elsewise, it would have probably brought
Yeah, right.
thousands if it was all original.
Right.
17.5.
Well, I thought you'd come eat a sandwich with me that night. That's the best cook I had in a long time. God damn, it was good. Oh my God, it was good.
It rained that day,
Yes, it was raining. That was not a good day for sailing.
so it was hot.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot. We just got just a little bit, and then that night it was nice. I even had a porta cool in the barn. Yeah. Oh yeah. Even my daughter said, "Damn, Dad, that's thinking. You getting on it? You're doing okay."
And Chuck Aaron saw me somewhere or at lunch the next day. He says, "Where was you at last night?" I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Oh, so you had? Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Second call for class number 24. Second call, class 24. Those are Blackface Cross Lambs win 133 to 135. Last call for class number 24. Last call, class 24. Lambs weighing 133 to 135.
Darn good set of sheep in this particular class, and some nice ones we had to pull over there. You know, you've heard me say it, it's tough when you get this many good ones all stuck together. They've got to line up, they've got to end up somewhere, and it's not easy for the judge, I promise you. I know you don't like it when you get pulled over in place sometimes where you do, but it's not easy for me either. So just always remember it's an opinion, that's all it is, and mine's just the one that so happens to get the count today. But a good set of sheep, our top five, all very unique in their own right. There's certainly some differences from placing to placing, but I think an awesome set of sheep. These two at the top of the class I thought were the most similar just in how they're built from the side. Chest floor is tremendous in both of these guys. They balance up well. I thought our class winner had the the value of being just a little more flexible off both ends. Man, you watch this one come at you. His knee's good, his chest is big, going away, same deal. He's big-ended. He gets his feet and legs out there on the corners without going too far. And then, as I said, balances up just so well from the side. To go along with all that, plenty of muscle. Is he the most muscular? Absolutely not, but I think they've all got plenty. I think his parts and pieces just blend together and fit together just a notch better. This one that comes in second, he was my initial pick when he first came in. I mean, that one is one that I think's got to grab your attention for just how good he looks up front, how neat skinned he is, the density and texture he has to his muscle. He's not straight, but at times he gives you the illusion that he is. He wants to lock just a little bit on his rear too, and I think when we get those top two sheep in motion, he's not as flexible. If he was, man, that decision is so much tougher because I love so much about him. His look, his balance, off the charts, in my opinion. A nice one there that has to be second. Sheep that comes in third, another really good looking one. It's got his chest up in him. He's big ribbed, plenty of muscle in him. I thought he probably struggled just a little more on his rear too than our top pair do. He wants to get outside and turn his toes just a notch, but again, being critical of a very, very high quality one, that's a nice one that in my opinion has to go third today. The sheep that comes in four, one of the denser muscled ones. If you're coming out here and you're a guy that's terminal oriented and you want them to handle lean and handle fresh and have big shape, that's your guy because he does those things. To me, when we get him out and put him in motion, he wants to duck down a little bit in his front end. I think he's just a little more rigid off both ends of his skeleton as we compare him to three really sound ones up ahead of him. And then a nice sheep rounds out our top five. Good balance, good look from the side. He's not as fresh in his touch. He's just a little bit softer, a little bit funnier about his skin, and therefore his loin doesn't hook up quite as neat. But a good balanced sheep that's good structured just needs to be freshened up a little bit up high to possibly move him up. Again, a good set of sheep throughout the class. Please give them all a hand if you will.
Our results of class number 23, that's the Blackface Crosses win 130 to 132. First place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second place was Gracelyn Clark from Gallipolis. Third place is Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. Fourth is Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. Fifth was Taylor Wadsworth from Atwater. Sixth, Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. Seventh was Bryn Shearer from Shreve. Eighth, Hunter Burns from Greenville. Ninth, Bryn Huntsman from Fort Recovery. And 10th place, McKenna Kempo from Hicksville. Coming in the ring next will be class number 24. Class number 24, these lambs weigh 133 to 135. 133 to 135. We'll now make a first call for class 25. Class 25, those are lambs weighing 136 to 142. Again, that's a first call, class 25, lambs weighing 136 to 142. Second call, class 25. Lambs weighing 136 to 142. Second call, class 25. Last call for class number 25. Last call, class 25. Those are lambs weighing 136 to 142. This will be your final call.
Excellent, excellent class of these black-faced sheep. And, you know, I've said this several times. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to change some stuff around, because I think they've all got enough value, enough uniqueness about them that you could do that and certainly justify it. And I'm sure each one of these top 5 has plenty of fans around ringside that think they should have been in the top spot. Man, that one that wins, I don't think he does it easily, but I think that's just the most correct, the most fault-free one of the class. Now, is he as tricked out in a spot or two like some of the others in class? Absolutely not. But that one's pretty bulletproof and just being correct and made right about any way you want to look at him. He's tall-shouldered. He's not as freaky shallow as the one in second. Straight down his back. He's probably not as big-ended as maybe a couple of these sheep towards the end or in the middle of our top 5. Man, he's good everywhere. He's adequate in muscle. He's fresh to the touch. He's good on his feet and legs. Like I said, he runs uphill. And although he's not the shallowest, I think plenty good there. I think his underlying quality and balance is tremendous. I think a nice one to lead off with. Now, this one in second, if you're just looking for outlier pieces, that's the one you're going to gravitate to because he is so freaky shallow up front. He's wedge-shaped. He's big-ended. He's got big old paws on him. When we get that one in motion, I'd like for him to hold his front end up more so like the one that wins the class. And even when we've got him propped up, although that one's freaky shallow, he needs to be taller fronted for me. Plenty of shape, as I said, plenty of muscle, good touch. Change him up front. He's your class winner. The one that comes in third, another one that's just pretty good all over. That one's got big feet and legs. He balances up pretty well. I thought of our top 3, he was the one I wanted to change just a little bit in his top line. And I've said this on several sheep today. It's not that he's bad loined. It's that thing has got his tail up so high, it kind of throws his hip loin off just a little bit at times. And the young lady works hard and tries to show that out of him. But that's how he is. That's a good sheep other than that. He's square, he's correct, he's good looking, he's got plenty of muscle. This one, it comes in 4. Man, when he first came in, I thought, whoa, that might be the one. And I hate to have to put you fourth after thinking that, and I know you thought that too. That's a good sheep with a lot of unique pieces. We get him out here and compare him to some of them ahead of him. He's not as good in the way he handles himself at the point of his shoulder in his blades. He's just a little more opened up than some of them, and therefore doesn't come into quite as big and shapely of a rack. Big, wide loin, but again, doesn't hook up quite as cool into his hip as some of those ahead of him. But man, you get past that, he's athletic, he's functional, he's good looking. That's a nice sheep that a judge hates to have to put in 4th place. And then a nice one rounds out our top 5. Another just big bone, rugged one that's got some muscle. He's got some bone. He's got some turn to his rib. Again, he just kind of comes in different pieces, I think, from his front third to his body and into his hip. They just don't blend together quite as neatly as some of those ahead. But a good class. Please give them all a hand.
Our results of class number 24. We have 22 head shown. Lambs weighing 133 to 135 pounds. First place goes to Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. Second place is Oksana from Herod. Third place is Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Fourth, Reese Cook from Richland. Fifth place, Kendall Davies from Bowling Green. Sixth, Marissa Snyder from Fort Laramie. I go from 6th to 9th. Seventh is Hunter Burns from Greenville. Eighth is Sutton Weston from Marion. And 9th place is Bryn Bollinger from Sterling. And 10th place is Easton Sattler from Bowling Green.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. In the ring, we have class number 25 in the ring. These lambs weigh 136 to 142 pounds. Next, I'm going to call class 26. That'll be our last blackface cross for the day. Class number 26 into the makeup arena. Those lambs weigh 143 to 164. Last call, or make it a first call for class number 26 into the Shell House Livestock Company Showbox Society makeup arena. Weston Sutton. Weston Sutton. Oh, make it Sutton Weston. Sutton Weston. We need to have your card from the last class, please. Bring that up to the announcer's stand. Sutton Weston from Marion County. Second call for class number 26. Second call, class 26. Lambs weighing 143 to 164. Final call for class number 26. Final call, class 26. Lambs weighing 143 to 164. Again, folks, this is the last class here in the ring now, and then our last class. So right after that last class, we need to have the first and second place individuals in class 16 through 25 into the Shell House Livestock Show Box Society Makeup Arena. So we'll have our champion and reserve champion crossbred. That'll be after the next class. So be getting those lambs ready from 16 through 25.
Another excellent class to sort through, and it seems like it just gets a little more fun each time. I think just more numbers of good quality sheep in each class. I'm excited about our top five. I think some nice ones along the rail as well. Man, this guy that wins the class, he does so pretty easy for me. And I say that, and you saw me walk them both there at the end, but I think that's the one that's just got a little more look up front. I think he's got a little more boldness to his rib cage. He's got more shape working down his back. He is more flexible than the young man sheep in second, and I like that about him. Tuned in as far as his skin and condition goes, and then he's got loads and loads of shape and look. Awfully nice one to start off. This one that comes in second, certainly no slouch. I mean, that's a good sheep. It's square built. He's just correct when you back off and look at him. He gives up a little bit of length of body and length of rump and hind saddle to the sheep that leads off the class, but he's every bit as big-chested and powerful. I'd like to change him a little bit in his skin texture. It's just like he's a little bit dehydrated. Loin edge isn't quite as good as our class winner. Plenty good, but I'd like to freshen him up and just see if those two might swap places, because that one's got a lot of uniqueness about him as well. The one that comes here next, awesome looking sheep from the side view. Young lady does a great job of getting him presented. He's tall-shouldered. He's balanced up from the side. That one just runs out of power when we compare him to her top two. He's not a light-muscled sheep, but when you compare him to those, not nearly as wide from the ground up. He's not as big-ended when we step right in behind him. Love his balance, love his look. Just like to see more sheep there. One that comes next, same story. I mean, that's a good-looking one from the side. She does an awesome job of getting herself in the right position to make him look his absolute best. He needs to be changed in his edges a little bit. He's just a little rounder right there in the way he hooks up. And then you step in behind him, just like to power him up more through his stifle, through his leg. But that's a good sheep from the side view as well. This one that comes in 5 is bigger muscle than either of the 2 sheep ahead of him, and I appreciate that about him. Extremely big rack, extremely big hip. It's where we need to change him is in his loin edges. He's just not quite there. He doesn't hook up quite as good. And then just a little bit flatter in his forerib, perhaps in some of those sheep above him. Powerful, stout, good looking, just a spot or two we could change and certainly could change the class up. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
You betcha. Good class. Class number 25 results. Those lambs weigh 136 to 142. First place goes to Reese Tuller from Bidwell. Second place, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. Third was Nora Jackson from Denison. Fourth, Shelby Bays from Ashland. Fifth, Abby Snyder from Shelby. Sixth, Avery Poling from Richwood. Seventh, Oliver Lines from Carroll. Eighth, Savannah White from Atwater. Ninth, Ernie Spracklin from Cedarville. And 10th place, London Reichert from New Weston. Okay, crossbred exhibitors, this is our last class. This is class number 26. These lambs weigh 143 to 164. But I'm going to make a call. We're going to make a first call because this class, Mr. Davis will go through pretty quick. We'll make a first call. We need to have the first and second place class winners out of classes 16 through 25. All first and second place class winners in the crossbred division, blackface crosses 16 through 25. Ann is ready to check you in at the makeup arena.
Well, a great way to finish out the day as far as our classes go, and a good set of these things, especially up here within our top 5. Some differences and opinions will vary, I'm sure, but that's a really nice one in my estimation that leads the class off. He was the one sheep I pulled on the walk. I think for a bigger one, he just holds himself together so well up through his front 1/3. He's big and bold through his chest without having any brisket in him, and then man, just balances up good for a big one. His feet and legs are good, handles fresh, handles correct in terms of his muscle. I thought a really nice place to start. Now the really big muscled one comes there in second. I mean, that one is big-ended when you step in behind him. He's got a big rack, gets out and moves extremely well for one that has that kind of mass about him. Need to balance that one up a little differently from the side to let him have a chance to beat our class winner. He's shallow enough up front for a bigger sheep, but I think he wants to kind of taper in his underline. That's getting picky of one that's really powerful, really stout in his bone work. To get more critical, I think you could change him just a little bit in his loin edges. His hip is so big, it makes his loin look a little off. Whether it is or not, he's just jumbo hipped and rumped, and that kind of throws him out of whack a little bit. But that's a nice one from a muscle and a bone standpoint. This one, it comes in third, really good to look at. Young man does a great job of getting that one stuck. He's one that's just a little flatter in his rib cage. He's a little flatter in his shape throughout. But man, he balances up well, gets out and travels well. Just like to see more width and power in him to maybe move him up. And then another really stout one comes there in 4. Big-footed, big forearmed, big muscled kind of a sheep. He's one that when we put him in motion, his front end kind of comes out of him. He wants to roach his loin up, and when he does that, he gets those back feet up under him a little too far. But you get him stuck, that's a nice one as well. And then a nice one rounds out our top 5. Tall-shouldered, good-looking, extremely good-skinned. That one wants to get a little straight at times and get a little bit soft on his pasterns. Change that about him, and he's one you can move up a spot or two. So good class. Please congratulate all of our heavyweight exhibitors.
Again, this was our last crossbred class of the day, class number 26. These lambs weighed 143 to 164. First place goes to Adeline Bryant from Ashland. Second, Peyton Prince from Conover. Third, Ephraim Fowler from Salesville. Fourth, Delaney Duke from Worcester. Fifth, Olivia Seaburn from South Charleston. Sixth, McKenna Kemple from Hicksville. Seventh, Hunter Burns from Greenville. Eighth, Bronson Shear from Shreve. Ninth, Piper Pennell from Bolivar. And 10th place, Jordan Ramsey from Kinsman. Champion crossbred.
Gate.
Okay, we're ready to go for our crossbred drive. Starting off in class number 16, we had the crossbreds Blackface Cross, weighed 90 to 105. First place was Addie Comstock from Marion. In class number 17, those lambs weighed 106 to 112 pounds, 29 head shown. First place was Paige Garrett from Yorkshire. In class number 18, 24 head shown, those lambs weighed 113 to 118 pounds. First place was Julian Ball from Danville. In class number 19, 24 head shown, the lambs weighed 119 to 121 pounds. First place was Carson Narup from Loveland. In class number 20, 23 head shown, lambs weighed 122 to 124. First place, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. In class number 21, there were 20 heads shown. Those lambs weighed 125 to 127. First place, Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. In class number 22, lambs weighed 128 to 129. First place was Claire Kramer from Findlay. In class number 23, lambs weighed 130 to 132. First place, Adlin Bryant from Ashland. In class number 24, there were 22 heads shown. Lambs weighed 133 to 135. First place, Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. In class 25, 24 head were shown. These lambs weighed 136 to 142. First place, Reese Tuller from Bidwell. In our last class, 18 head shown. Those lambs weighed 143 to 164. Class 26. First place, Adlin Bryant from Ashland. Let's go back to class number 16. In our lightweights, lambs weighing 90 to 105. Our runner-up lamb was Ella Altizer from Sunbury. Second place in class number 17, 106 to 112 pounds, was Harper Horning from Bucyrus. In class number 18, 113 to 118 pounds, second place, Peyton Courtwright from Carroll. In class number 19, second place, 119s to 121s, second place, Addison Thompson from Napoleon. In class number 20, second place, 122 to 124, second place, Avery Rice from Farmdale. In class number 21, 125 to 127s, second place, Carson Narup from Loveland. In class number 22, the 128s and 129s, second place, Carly Mag from Ottawa. In class 23, the 130s to 132s, second place, Gracelyn Clark from Gallipolis. In class number 24, weighing 133 to 135, our runner-up was Oskana Gossard from Herod. In class number 25, our runner-up, lambs weighing 136 to 142, Dawson Staley from Fredericktown. In our last class, class number 26, those lambs weighed 143 to 164. Runner-up was Peyton Prince from Conover. This here will be for our champion and reserve champion crossbred, which will compete tonight for our grand finale on our grand champion lamb. Why we're showing this class, again, another reminder, those envelopes that you received when you were named champion in your drive for your breed, you need to open those out, take that paperwork, sign it, and take it back to the office. Well, we started this morning at 8 o'clock with the Hampshires all the way through all these breeds. I think we had a tremendous breed show all the way through with some really, really top-notch animals, concluding with our black-faced crosses. And I'll tell you what, folks, there's about as impressive set of sheep as you've ever taken a look at. So let's give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing out they've done a super job.
Well, I took a little longer on this drive for a couple of reasons. Way more sheep in this particular breed than we had in any others, and I'm not saying the grand champion is going to come out of this division, but this division is tough. You know, I've judged a lot of shows, like Danny said, and this is by far one of the toughest I've encountered, and easily the toughest I've encountered in Ohio. I got to judge your open show, I think, in 19, and then that replacement show in 20. Both extremely good. This one's better. And I kind of showed my hand there. I showed you which ones are in consideration, in my opinion, and I hate to do that because I don't want to discourage any of the other kids in the group, but when you got this many, you kind of got to get them bunched up there where you can see them a little better, and I was able to do that. Great set of sheep on both sides of the line, loads and loads of quality. Tonight is going to be extremely fun because if you're as excited about some of those breed champions we saw earlier in the day, I think it's going to be a really great show this evening. So I'm not going to talk each one of these things. You know which ones I like. I'm going to go show you my favorites. If you would, put your hands together. Congratulate all of our kids that participated in the crossbred drive.
Our grand champion crossbred comes out of class number 21, Jada Schroyer from DeGraff. Our reserve champion crossbred goes out of class number 20, Hayden Bryant from Ashland. Those two will come back tonight and be showing for your overall champion market lamb in tonight's festivities. Okay, that event is scheduled for 8 o'clock, but we'll have Skillathon. We'll have the Skillathon results and awards with the dignitaries probably around 7:30.
Remind these champions, if you had a champion or a reserve champion, we need your bio that was given to you as far as on a sheet of paper filled out.
Again, there was a sheet of paper or an envelope gift. Okay, there is a sheet of paper that was given to all the champion and reserve champion of the breeds. And these crossbreds will be getting those. Fill those out, their bios. And we need to get those back to the office because that's part of the program tonight. Again, our banners that were presented to our crossbred champions, Apex Clean Energy, Avery Schaffner was helping us out present that award to our champion, to Jada Schroyer. And our reserve banner was sponsored by BCU Electric, Dan White. Thank you to all of our sponsors on those banners today.